at 11. They lost 40 minutes this morning to the weather, and the conditions seemed very bowler-friendly indeed. It was very overcast, it was damp, gloomy, the floodlights were on, but Durham batted nicely. The first 7 scoring shots from Michael Jones were 4s, so he resumes on 48. Sean Dixon at the other end is on 28, and Durham resuming on 79 for none. So it's Lewis Rees who has the ball in his hand, who will bowl the first over after the break from our end, the racecourse end of the ground. He's taken none for 10 in his first 2 overs. Sam Connors, none for 29, was a little bit expensive this morning in his 4 overs. Ben Aitchison, none for 12 in 8. Nick Potts, none for 24 in 4, so he was slightly costly as well. Rees, none for 10 in 2. And Anuj Dal, 2 overs before lunch, none for 4. So Jones has faced 48. Has 48 from 65 balls he's faced. Dixon's faced 56 balls for his 28. Lewis Rees, that left arm over, comes in and bowls. That has gone through to the keeper. And the lights are still on. We've had a lot of weather around us, and during the lengthy break, I've been looking at the pictures from the Tour of Britain, which is going from Durham City through the Dales and back, swinging back round to Sunderland this afternoon, and has been apparently there's heavy rain at the finish line at Sunderland, according to the commentary team, and up in the Dales it looks rather damp and miserable there as well today. This delivery from Rees is bowled by Rees, played by Jones out towards mid-on. And at the rate they're going, the riders, they're not actually going to arrive in Sunderland until around, I would reckon, 3:30, 4:45. So still a bit of time there. Hopefully the weather will have improved by the time they get there. And if you're wanting to follow the events from the Tour of Britain, there'll be reports on Radio Newcastle later, and Look North as well on the BBC this evening. As in comes Rees with an in-swinger, and that just beats the outside edge of the bat as Jones looks to play it. He goes for a little walk off the woods, square leg. He knows that was a moment. And tomorrow the race goes from Redcar across the North Yorkshire Moors, I think, to Whitby, so Radio Tees will be your destination for information on the Tour of Britain tomorrow. And then it's down here on Thursday in Mansfield, a big loop from Mansfield to Nottingham, I think. Rees in bowls, defended by Jones. So the murky, horrible stuff that's been sitting right over us for ages is now passing by, and it said it was going to be a sunny afternoon, and it looks like we could be in for some sunshine shortly because the cloud is breaking up, and certainly just to the south of us, just beyond the fringes of this dark bank of cloud, is blue sky. Rees bowls. This is played up to Godalman at mid-off. No run there for Jones. So I think hopefully this is the last of the messy stuff. Although the BBC app and net weather suggested this morning and early afternoon was likely to be the worst for the weather today. The Met Office had it the other way around. But the floodlights remain on for now. And having come off at 79 for none, the first over after lunch is a maiden as Rees finishes with a ball which is left alone and goes through to the keeper. Ben Aitchison, it looks like he's going to bowl the first over of the afternoon from the city end of the ground.
To bowl from the city end, Ben Aitchison.
Right arm over. Comes in, bowls, and Dixon looks to cut, and he's gone. Caught behind, and it was a rash shot to a poor delivery. And he is out for 28. So Durham lose their first wicket. Not the best of shots at all from Dixon. So caught behind. Off the bowling of Ben Aitchison.
Sean Dixon was caught by Brooke Guest off the bowling of Ben Aitchison for 28.
So that's in 21.1 overs.
And the new batter for Durham, Scott Borthwick.
Scott Borthwick coming out into the middle, the Durham skipper, who has had some decent knocks this year, but not got 100 on the board. He's been in the 90s and the 80s a few times. So 96 against Worcestershire and Chesley Street, 90 against Glamorgan there, 89 against Worcestershire and Worcester. His 3 top scores. So Dixon not adding to his pre-lunch score. Borthwick waiting to face his first ball. There's 1, 2, 3 slips and a gully. Borthwick, the left-hander, as Aitchison comes in from the city end. This is turn 2, square leg, no run there.
Sorry, Martin. Thank you for holding the fort. Oh, 2 o'clock.
Yeah. Aitchison in again. Borthwick plays at this one. It squirts along the floor towards backward point. No run there. A bit of a rash shot, really, from. I don't know if you saw the
no, I heard you describe it. But other than that, nothing, I'm afraid. In fact, if I'm going to do an update now, that's going to be fascinating.
You look at it on the little highlights reel.
Was he caught behind? Yeah. Good. Are you doing an update at 2?
I am. I'll go and do one now. Yeah, it'll have the on the scorecard up there.
Yeah.
Basically, wideish ball, looked to cut it, caught behind.
Thank you. I'll be with you for the duration now. Although Dino Marmori's press conference continues. He's a fascinating man. Hopefully you can hear some of that on Sports Scene at 6 later on this evening. Next delivery is turned down towards third man, and there's a misfield, I'm afraid, from Sam Connors down below us. .79 for 1 when Dixon was out. Straightforward catch by Brooke Guest, and Ben Aitchison, who's been the pick of the bowlers, taking the catch. Yeah, back underway after a delay following the lunch interval due to bad lights and rain, and Derbyshire have picked up their first wicket. Durham currently 83 for 1. Sean Dixon caught by Brooke Guest, the wicketkeeper, off the bowling of Ben Aitchison for 28. Michael Jones is still there. He's on 48, not out. He's been joined by his skipper, Scott Borthwick. Borthwick's on 4, and Durham at 83 for 1, still trailing by 223. So that's the update done. And I will try and focus my attention on what's happening out there in the middle as Dino Marmria's press conference continues. He's a fascinating man, the new Burton Albion boss. He's basically said that as far as he's concerned, he's the manager. It's going to be Lewis Rees to continue from the racecourse end on his way into bowl to Michael Jones, and that one's on leg stump, but turned into the leg side by Jones, who picks up another couple of runs, and there's his half century. Nicely played. He batted really, really nicely this morning before lunch, and he's got to his half century off 72 balls. He's hit a mountain of boundaries as well, 9 fours in his 50. Then comes this next delivery, and it's turned into the leg side. Potentially Sam Winnell going to play for Burton Albion on Saturday, from what I can from what I can gather. I don't know if Ed Dawes is listening back at this next one. It's turned into the leg side. And it's 4 runs to Jones. He tell you what, he has hit some boundaries. That's his 10th 4. And wow, 10 4s in 54. I'll get it all saved in a minute, Ed. No, I was just wondering if you were listening. If you are listening, as in comes this next delivery on the leg stump again, and it's the same result. Jones clips it away out to the leg side, and it's 4 more runs. And, well, the only bowler who's bowled anything like, as far as I'm concerned, is Ben Aitchison. The rest of them have been way, way off at the moment. Lewis Rees has bowled at 3 overs and 4 balls, and he's gone for 20 already. Anujdal bowled tidily first thing, just before lunch. 2 overs for 4. But Ben Aitchison 1 for 16 from 9 overs. Sticks out like a sore thumb, as they say. And Sam Connors has retrieved the ball for Lewis Rees, who's on his way in again from the racecourse end. A couple of slips in the gully. He bowls to Jones, who this one is outside the off stump, so it's a slightly better line, but too far outside the off stump. And it goes through to the keeper, Brooke Guest. And there's no run. More blue sky now than we've had, well, certainly today, but probably in the entire game.
Yeah, it's going to get quite bright and sunny in a minute, isn't it?
Too bright.
When they were saying this morning that it was going to be a sunny and bright afternoon, you just couldn't quite envisage it, could you? With all the gloom and the murk and the rain. So
not any apocalyptic rain yet, which they had forecast, hadn't they, at one point? That one's driven beautifully and nicely stopped by Billy Godleman. Nice shot from Jones, good stop from Godleman. The upshot's a dot ball, but it didn't tell the story. It was a nice shot and a good stop. 93 for 1 at the end of the over. 23 gone. 59 left in the day, so we lost a few more. You said I was half listening to you, and half we only lost 6.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't do the maths on how there's only been 6 lost in all the time. They've not
So
been
we've
on the
only
field.
lost 8 in the entire day. Wow.
Yes, no 6 in the entire day, apparently.
So only 4 this time. We lost 2 this morning, didn't we?
So I've been told
Oh,
during that break that we have lost 6 overs in all from the match.
So it's 22, 23, 59.
Because they'll claim 8 back tomorrow, or they'll try to. HSN into Borthwick, that's gone down towards the gully, no run there.
We've lost 14 today, if that's how many overs are left.
Yeah, but they'll claim 8 back tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, no, I understand that. I know how that works.
I can say, because I've been watching the Tour of Britain while we've been endlessly delayed here, and it's manky weather up there as well in the Durham Dales around Barnard Castle, which I think we were discussing on here yesterday, weren't we, Barnard Castle?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
HSN in, that's through to the keeper, and it's listening to the commentators. They're in a commentary booth on the finish line in Sunderland City Centre, and it's been hoying it down on the roof of their commentary booth as well. So it would appear we've had the first little insight into a bit of autumn early, perhaps. Having said that, you do get days like that in the summer normally, or you used to. So the fact we've had such a dry year, you can hear the buzzard again. HSN to Borthwick, that's a leave.
Would you put the Dixon dismissal down to a disappointing shot then, as much as anything? Yeah, it wasn't a great delivery or anything.
No, it looked too wide.
Yeah,
to
I
be
thought so.
Playing it. Have you looked at it yet?
No, I can't multitask. I'm doing 17 jobs at once here. I've never been asked by a manager before, and Dino Marmira asked me today.
Comes in, leading edge, and that's the end of Borthwick. Leading edge, a false shot, and I've just stabbed myself with my pen because I picked the pen up at the wrong end there. So Borthwick caught by Nick Potts at square leg. Aitchison strikes again, and he departs for 4. Suddenly Durham 93 for 2, I've been 79 for none.
That was a delivery that just seemed to pop on him a little bit, didn't it? He tried to turn it one way, went the other, and off he goes. And Scott Borthwick goes for 4 off 9 deliveries. 93 for 2. It's looking a little better for Derbyshire, but not a lot, as Durham are still 213 runs behind. A fairly straightforward catch for Nick Potts. Ben Aitchison, as I said earlier, clearly the pick of the Derbyshire bowlers. Even before he took his first wicket, he was the pick of the bowlers. He's now got 2 for 16 from 9 overs and 4 balls, which is a decent effort for the young man, especially when you consider Jeff Arnold is watching the game. I'm not sure he was here to watch Ben Aitchison, but Aitchison will be hoping, you would have thought, that he might catch his eye. So the new batsman will be Nick Maddinson. Was he put his hair when he's batting then? Under his helmet, obviously.
You know those sponge bits at the back of the helmet?
Does it go in between them?
Because there's a little gap in the middle and he puts his ponytail through there.
Magnificent effort.
He could do with some runs. He hasn't had a good score yet.
I know, but his ponytail would sort of offset that a touch, wouldn't it? I think it would in my book anyway.
I did once have a ponytail as a journalism student.
Excellent.
And my wife refuses to believe any of this is true.
No, I can see you with a ponytail. Yeah.
I got it chopped off before I started work experience at the Shields Gazette in 1990. Aitchison bowling to Maddinson. Ball's gone off to point.
Yeah, I can see you with it.
The photographs of me looking like that are probably somewhere in my mum's house, and not in my house.
I've got photographs of me with long hair.
Would I recognise you?
Yeah, I think so. The boyish good looks.
Yeah, obviously. That goes without saying, doesn't it? You know?
Can you imagine?
Aitchison to Maddinson. This is tapped off towards mid-wicket. He's going to get a run. He's off the mark. His highest score this season in the county championship, Maddinson. Hasn't played in that many matches, to be honest. He came mid-season. He's played in the 2 games. And he got 30 against Middlesex. So he's got 69 from 4 innings and an average of 17. Former Australian Test player. He's played 3 Tests back in 2016. He's played 6 T20 internationals. This is his 108th first-class game. He's got nearly, it's nearly 6,800 runs. And by the way, what's Jones on now? 58. So Jones has gone past 1,000 first-class runs today as well in his 21st game.
This season?
No,
in his career.
Yeah, in his career.
Sorry. Okay.
This season he started with, 542. He's got 600 for the season.
There's Maddinson on strike to Lewis Rees, and he doesn't play a shot at that one. Just pulls the bat inside the line as it goes through to the keeper. Brooke Guest, who took the first catch to get rid of Sean Dixon, the wicket that I didn't see. I saw the second one, everybody, so everything's back to normal again. There are games which I've been watching when I haven't seen stuff. 2 slips to the gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, Rees in, left alone outside the off, stumped by Maddinson, once again to go through to the keeper. 94 for 2 now.
Yeah, here's Dixon's dismissal.
Oh, thank you, Martin. Oh, yeah, no, he doesn't need to play at that.
It's nearly, it would have been a wide in a one-dayer, and
Yes,
he never
would.
moved his feet at
No, he
all,
didn't. No,
leaning a long way.
That's a shot of a man who's had a lengthy break for lunch and rain and lost his concentration a little bit, sadly, which can happen, can't it? Drinks breaks are notorious for ruin. Had a drinks break in this game, unsurprisingly. As Maddinson waits, and that one's left alone. He's getting closer to the stumps here, Lewis Rees, but Maddinson knows where his off stump is, clearly, at the moment. The sun now comes out, and I think they can probably switch those lights off, given everything that's going on at the moment.
Durham's seconds are playing Leicestershire seconds in a 4-day game at South Northumberland. They're 90 for 2 after 31 overs there. Leicestershire put them in. And Derbyshire's 2s were playing Middlesex, weren't they?
They were. Middlesex 2s were staying at Bredsall Priory. That's why Durham couldn't get in it, apparently. This one is, which is madness. It's leg side by Maddinson, and there's no run.
So what day is it there?
Still, it's Tuesday in Denby as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Derbyshire 326 for 7 after 80 overs. So that must be day 2 now, mustn't it? Yeah, so Durham is staying in Nottingham, apparently.
I believe so. Wish that on anybody. Next delivery from
what's wrong with Nottingham?
Rees. How long have you got? That one is defended into the ground.
Have you upset people there as well?
Oh, I imagine so. I hope so. It's Radio Derby's raison d'etre, is to upset people in Nottingham.
Is that like a mission statement?
Yeah, it is. They've translated it to Latin, but it's very much the motto. Here is, it isn't. Here is Lewis Rees in and balls, and that one is left alone. Swings away from Maddinson, goes through to the keeper. 94 for 2 it remains. Maddinson has 1. Jones has 58. Ben Aitchison, 2 for 17 from 10 overs. Decent effort from him. Clearly the pick of the bowlers, and you're not going to get that ball out of his hand. He's very much a rhythm bowler. He told us that down at New Road in Worcester, where he helped Derbyshire win the game down there earlier this season with a beautiful spell of bowling. I asked him, he just kept going and going and going. I said, well, you're not getting tired? He said, well, you don't feel tired. When you're in a rhythm, it's almost effortless. It didn't look effortless from where I was sitting. Man, it didn't look much from where I was sitting with that big pillar in front of us, but we just about saw it. These Zoom things take forever to convert, don't they?
Aitchison with the start of a new over and bright sunshine now here in Derby. I'll tell you what I did notice.
Oh, yeah.
There's an awful lot of adverts on ITV on an afternoon when they're saying things on.
Are they mainly aimed at people like me? They'd be for like funeral services
you're about
and
to die. Would you like to be cremated?
Yeah.
Here's a fun way to pay for your funeral.
Yeah.
Animal charities, endless
yeah.
supplies of them. Oh, there's a cat just appeared on the screen. Oh, that's for a credit card, though.
bat.
A cat?
No. Out there in the middle, the bat. They're measuring the bat.
Oh, right, yeah.
And I don't think that bat of Maddinson has gone through. He's got a bat that's too big. That's a points deduction. That's a points deduction, I'm afraid. It's the second time we've seen it here at Derby, because we saw it with Matty McKiernan. He had some tape around his bat, and that made it too big to go through the gauge. Now, Hassan Adnan has measured Nick Maddinson's bat, and it hasn't gone through the gauge, I don't think. And as a result, it's madness, really. I spoke to Nick Potts about that when they had the points deducted, and I said, well, do you measure your bats as a matter of course? He said, well, there is a bat gauge in every single changing room. And then he said, perhaps we should do it more often, which would make perfect sense.
Well, Durham have just been docked 2 points for disciplinary issues, so the only points they actually picked up in the one-day cup were then immediately taken off them. And now they could end up losing 2 points for Nick Maddinson's bat.
He's leaning on it, so it must be fairly sturdy. I don't wish to make light of it. I think it's a ludicrous regulation, probably, isn't it? It's a regulation, not a rule. It can't be a rule, the laws. But he's Hassan Adnan called across umpire Cook.
See it? It's the plastic thing won't go halfway down the bat. It's only going about the first third.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your cat business, but I was saying bat and you were saying cat, and I think you were thinking, what's this idiot shouting the word bat for? Yeah, unfortunate. And another bat has been brought out. You would hope they'd measured it before they'd brought it out, and if they haven't measured it, now then the match referee's going out as well now, Mike Smith. Well, this is all very unsavoury. This sounds like a tweet to me, Martin. You going to tweet? I think you should tweet. The bat gauge has been thrown to the 12th man, who gets it right the way down, all the way to the handle. And the offending bat is now going to be given to the match referee, Mike Smith. I think it's Mike Smith, isn't it? I thought it was. Well, for the second time at the county ground, the bat will be put into a plastic box and sent off for analysis or whatever they do with these bats. I've no idea, in all honesty.
Crime unit at Wetherby.
Yeah. It could be a cold case unit that's required for this. But the match referee doesn't go onto the field of play very often. In fact, I don't recall seeing that during play. But he's there and he's taken the bat off. And that will end up being an email sometime in the next couple of weeks to everybody from the ECB disciplinary, I'm afraid. And Nick Maddinson should have measured his bat. Does he play? I've not spoken to Matty McKiernan about this, but my thought on it was that club cricketers, it was only professional cricketers who were told that they had to get the bat through this gauge, because the ECB realised that if every single person in the country had to get a bat through a gauge, they would be spending millions of pounds on new bats. So I wonder if Nick Maddinson plays a bit of club cricket in the same way that I wondered whether Matty McKiernan played club cricket. And now the sun's shining too brightly off the covers at the far end of the ground, so the 12th man is putting some towels on, which will work a treat when they blow off. I'm not suggesting that cricket goes out of its way deliberately to be farcical.
So Derbyshire were docked 2 points for a similar thing, were they?
Exactly the same thing.
Right.
Yes.
And that wasn't taking into any other things into consideration. It's an automatic 2 point.
Well, I'm not. The next delivery from Aitchison is pushed out to the offside. They didn't have anything hanging over them.
Right, because Durham have just had all this point deduction because they had accumulated too many points. So Maddinson on 1 has technically cost Durham 2 of the 3 points they've gained in this
potentially
game.
That's what happened to Derbyshire. They were docked 2 competition points from the Royal London Cup. I don't know if it's 2 competition points from everything. This next delivery is turned into the leg side by Jones with his regulation-sized bat. And he picks up a single, moves to 59.95 for 2. I do find it all rather ridiculous, though. I suppose regulations is regulations, as they say. And there'll be something. There'll be something. Yeah, good shout to write it down.
I mean, that's basics, isn't it? Really.
Well, it is, but it's, the next delivery is pushed up into the offside, fielded by Billy Godman. Maddinson is on strike. It is basics, and as Nick Potts said to us, there are these gauges in every changing room, or every changing room has access to these. Wouldn't you have thought at the start of a game, if there's any concern, this would be my view. As in comes Aitchison again, that's down the leg side, nice take by Brooke Guest. Had to leap to his right-hand side. A bit like the fourth official checking players' boots, and in a netball match, the umpire will check the girls' nails and stuff like that. That the umpire goes in and says, "Which bats are you using? These are the bats. Right, let's get them through the gauges. Bosh, all done, dusted. Thanks for coming." And that would make more sense, wouldn't it? That would to me. What do I know? That one's pushed out into the offside, and there is no run on this occasion. That was the end of the over, in fact, 95-4-2. Oh, there we go, beg your pardon. Hopefully we can question somebody and it will all become clear. That isn't.
I'm going to ask.
Yeah, okay. That sounds like a plan. In the meantime, Lewis Rees is going to bowl from the racecourse end. He's going to be bowling to Michael Jones, who lets this one, which pitches and goes away. He lets it go outside the off stump. Spelled presser wrong. Remarkable effort by me. This computer seems to be slowing down, but we'll get there in the end. Here is the next delivery from Lewis Rees, and he's in and bowls. That one is driven very nicely, but straight to Mr. Ploy, who's fielding. Extra cover. Here's Rees again. Left arm over the wicket, ball into the right-handed Jones, who drives it beautifully. Deploy sets off, but he's never going to get there. The ball hits the rope now. Rees, Deploy isn't within 15, 20 yards of it as it crashes into the boundary away to our left-hand side. It's 4 more to Jones, who moves on to 63, and it's 99 for 2 now. Durham in the 27th over, so they're rattling along in terms of scoring. Derbyshire have picked up 2 wickets this afternoon. We could do with some more, as Rees is in again. That one's left alone outside the off stump by Jones to go through to the keeper. Playing everywhere else by the look of it, even at Old Trafford, so all is well with the world again. Nottinghamshire 196 for 2, leading Leicestershire by 304. And Worcestershire continue to bat, 448 for 8 now against Glamorgan at Cardiff in the 2 other games in this division, the Wilderness division. As Rees is in, again that one doesn't deviate from the straight at all, so it goes across the right-handed Jones and through to the wicket-keeper. It was a little short, or shorter, so he didn't have any need to play it. And didn't play it, quite right too. Next delivery from Rees. Glorious sunshine here in Derby with the lights on. There's on target, defended up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Sam Connors. End of the over, 99 for 2, Durham. 27 overs gone. I'm trying to work out oh, I know. Right, I'm there. If I had half a brain, I'd be dangerous. Well, I wouldn't. Aitchison to continue. That one's outside the off stump, allowed to go through to the keeper by Maddinson with his new bat. Couldn't quite spot the designated clapper there. There will be one. As Aitchison is in again. Maddinson struck on the pad. There's a half appeal, mainly from behind the stumps. It was more of a third of an appeal from Ben Aitchison, who I think realised that it would have pitched outside leg. They've done away with the towels that were on the side screen at the far end of the ground, which makes perfect sense to me, because that would be pointless. There is enough breeze to blow them away. Here's Aitchison again in balls. That one's clipped nicely into the leg side, out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Reese is giving chase. The ball is slowing as he reaches it now, just inside the boundary's edge. Then he slips as he gets back to his feet. Maddinson comes back for a third. He moves on to 4, and the Durham century is up. They're 102 for 2 in the 28th over. Maddinson has 4, Jones has 63. It was a nice shot, slightly over-pitched from Ben Aitchison. And Reese comes back and says, look at the state of me, I'm absolutely drenched now. I don't think he's getting much sympathy from Ben Aitchison. He gets a pat on the back. I don't know what you've been. Have you got an answer to your question? Because I've just been sent some information from
the match referee is currently having a meeting with Marcus North, the Durham Director of Cricket, and James Franklin, the soon-to...
Oh, good ball. Just past the edge of Maddinson's bat.
The soon-to-depart coach. The question
bat.
is whether you are deducted to the points equivalent to what you could win in a particular format. So
yes,
in the one-day cup, it would be 2 points.
Apparently Derbyshire were told it's 16 in the championship, the equivalent to a win in whichever format it is. Well, that's not good, is it? No.
It's sloppy from a Durham point of view, especially after they've recently just been docked 2 points as well.
Jones pushes this next one down to the vacant third man area. Leas Deploy gives chase. They come back for a second. The ball is hauled in. Is it? Yes, it is. And they come back for a third. So Jones moves on to 66, and it's 105 for 2. Despite what it might say on the scoreboard, I think it's 105. But I'm not 100% sure. Norman Graham on the back edge. No, bat swelling in damp weather. I'm not sure, Norman. Then comes Aitchison around the wicket, bowls to Maddinson. And that one, it is 105 for 2. Is left alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. And it's the end of the over, 105 for 2. Aitchison's figures now 12 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 24, so still pretty decent despite going for a couple of runs in that particular over. 6 in total, a couple of threes, unusual-ish. If Ed Dawes is listening, it's still converting. Calm down. I'll have an update fairly shortly. Here is Lewis, Rees in and bowls. Full length delivery dug out by Jones. And pushed out into the offside, fielded by Liz Deploy, potentially. This next one is driven up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Sam Connor Sport Progs. It's a bit like during the war when they'd announce certain things on the radio, and all the spies would know what it meant, but nobody else did. So the answer to that question, Ed Dawes, is Sport Progs. Thank you very much. I'll be listening to the second half a bit later because I didn't hear the first half. Martin's back with mountains of news as Rees is in and bowls, and it's defended by Jones.
Right, basically, Hassan Adnan got his bat gauge out. I watched it through the binoculars. The bat gauge didn't get past the hump.
No.
On the back of the bat, so it got stuck about a third of the way up the bat. So what will now happen is, at the end of the day's play, they will test the bat again with the same gauge. And if it doesn't go through, it will then be sent off for the ECB to examine the bat, and they will decide what the disciplinary process will be.
Rees bowls, that's turned into the leg side madness. Fielded by Nick Potts out there at the mid-wicket. And they come through for a single. Jones moved to 67, 106 for 2. At least it's nice and simple, the whole process. That's the main thing.
I mean, it could be if the bat's out there and it's a bit moist and it's swelled up a bit,
Well,
and then you get it in the dry.
I'm not being funny, but just had an email from Norman.
Who's Norman?
Norman Graham, who said exactly that. Exactly that. Bat gauge, wouldn't bat swell in damp weather. Absolutely. Here comes Rees and bowls, and that one is, well, he's fallen over. It's been defended into the onside.
That's not...
picked up by Anuj Dal.
Norman Graham, the former Kent fast bowler,
No, it isn't. No.
Who lives in the northeast now.
I think I've got an update coming up, Martin, so I should be with you momentarily.
Rees bowls, played by Martinson out towards mid-wicket. No run there. Did they not want you?
I've got to listen to Catatonia first.
Oh, not that. Which one?
When they get to the chorus, I'll tell you.
Is this the missing cat in What's It Street?
Missing you're my one and only. Stop doing what's that one called?
Yeah.
He said, wouldn't bat swell in damp weather. It's favouring southern clubs due to the northern weather. Typical. Thank you, Norman. Mulder and Scully.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Mulder and Scully.
That's it. Wow. That was at the same time as well. That was a bit like listening to I'm Sorry, I Haven't a Clue. When they pick up song and they turn the song down and you have to come back and keep singing the song. That's remarkable.
Aitchison bowling to Jones, who defends. Ball goes up to mid-off. So we've had bat gauge. How many overs in are we? 29. It's about time we had this ball changed as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it won't. If the bat doesn't go through that triangular thing, the ball won't, will it? Hey. He's not listening. Here's Aitchison again, ball to Jones, who gets a little leading edge out into the offside, but it didn't go very far. And the Derbyshire players do that thing where they pass the ball to every single person because, nobody else has got anything to do today. 52 overs remaining. 50. I reckon we've lost 16 overs today. That's what I'm going to say anyway. Next delivery goes past the edge of Jones's bat. He lifts his right leg off the floor almost as if to urge it to go past the edge rather than take the edge. And then hands on head for Leas Deploy. As the 3 slips now, that's fairly attacking with the ball that's 30 overs old. I won't be doing a terrific amount anymore. And he comes and bowls. That's way wide of the off stump from Aitchison, perhaps getting a little fatigued now. Although it is only the 5th over of the spell. 2 for 12 in this spell. So we've had 9.5 overs since the resumption, which seemed to be about 4 hours ago. There's a lot happened. Next delivery has a swing out outside the off stump. It goes through to the keeper. I've got to go now.
Right, okay. Who did so Derbyshire lost 2 points?
Matty McKiernan,
right.
i.e. M-A-T-T-I-E.
Yeah. Aitchison comes in and bowls. It's edged and didn't quite carry from Jones's bat to second slip to Wayne Madsen. It bounced just in front of him with the batsman on 67. Durham 106 for 2 at the end of the over. Tea, by the way, will be at 20 to... No, it's not. It's 23 now. Tea's at 5 to 4. So still quite a bit to go. In comes a bowler. Start of a new over from Rees, played to mid-wicket by Maddinson. 1 run. Rees in again, race course end. That's left alone by Jones. He watches it go through to the keeper. Oh, bit of an inside edge there. Another little inside edge there, under the box area for Jones. He looks a bit uncomfortable. In comes Rees, another inside edge from Jones onto the front foot. In comes Rees again, played away off towards mid-wicket by Jones for 1 run.
I'm back. I'll give you the quiz question in a minute as well, because they're just doing the afternoon pub quiz, which is always an exciting moment in any day's broadcasting, I think. It's going to be, well, he's going to continue, Ben Aitchison. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 12 in this spell since lunch. Lewis Rees has bowled 6 overs for 16. And you would have thought that this morning was better for bowling than this afternoon, but they bowled better. I don't think they could have bowled much worse, to be fair. They were disappointing, the bowlers, this morning. Not so much this afternoon. Aitchison, in fairness, bowled well this morning as well. And in comes Aitchison from the city and bowls to Jones, who pushes this one up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Lewis Rees. And there's no run.
Right, let's see. Well, umpires have been measuring bats since the 2018 season.
Is that when it came in? I didn't realise it was as long ago as that. Aitchison's in again and bowls to Jones wide of the off stump, allowed to go through to the keeper. There was a time when it first came in, they were measuring bats as soon as they walked out, weren't they? And there was some conjecture whether Shan Masood had his bat measured or not in a one-day cup game, but it clearly didn't. This next one is turned into the leg side because he did change his bat, but I don't think he'd faced a delivery.
According to an article written by Hugh Turberville in The Cricketer in March 2018, a surprisingly significant proportion of blades being tested as part of a trial were too big an insider told The Cricketer.
Yeah.
The subject is being treated very seriously, with the offence being likened to ball tampering.
Well, it's not, is it?
No.
No, nonsense. His next delivery is wide of the off stump from Aitchison, left alone by Jones. Because I mean, it's minute, isn't it? The bat barely fits through, if you know what I mean. That's the difference. Ball tampering's ball tampering. There's Aitchison again, bowling to Michael Jones, who's beaten. That's a good delivery. Goes down on one knee, Jones. It was a remarkable shot, really, because it was his front foot that was back behind the line after he played it.
Yeah, that happened earlier today as well.
That's weird, isn't it? I was just trying to work
out.
Yeah. I was trying to work out how he managed to do that. He's batted nicely, though. Little twiddle of his bat. 5th delivery of the over. Aitchison's in and bowls it, and he beats him again. In fact, it was the last ball of the over, not the 5th. We're a ball behind on my computer screen. And 108 for 2. It remains. Who has the Heinz?
Oh, no, look at this. I've just got up playing conditions for the LV County Championship. There's millions of words there. That just... It's too small.
So who has the Heinz ketchup logo tattooed on their arm and always carries a bottle of it on tour? That's today's Pepper's Pub Quiz. I don't know the answer. I'm going to give you a guess, though.
Lewis Rees bowling here to Maddenson. That's gone down to fine leg.
My guess, and I hope Peter's listening back in base so he can tell me if I'm right or not, my guess would be Robbie Williams.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to send him a message because he's clearly not listening. Which is fine. There's no reason he should be listening. It's the kind of thing...
Wind's getting up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Reese from our end of the ground, the racecourse end, left arm over, played by Jones towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, it is getting a bit breezy. That, that sheet that's acting as a sight screen is starting to blow up. Which could cause a problem. Oh, something's gone.
Reese again, through to the keeper. What's just blown over down below us then? The fence or something?
Sounded something tinny, didn't it?
Yeah.
There are usually some advertising boards down there. Can't see anything that's actually fallen over from here. The funny old places, cricket grounds. All sorts of bits and pieces everywhere.
Quite sunny at the moment though as Reese bowls. That's turned off towards long leg by Jones for 1 run.
I don't know when we'll see Mark Watt. But we'll see him at some point, I'm sure. Quite like to see him quite soon, really.
The only thing I've found about the bat so far is the bat must be Bat A category. This doesn't help.
No.
It's like going through the Bible, this. There's that many pages. That's a lowish delivery, which stays really low and goes through to the keeper.
It'll make you feel fulfilled when you finish reading it. That's
I
the
might
good thing.
fall asleep before I finish reading
Well,
this.
that's a terrible thing to say about the Bible.
No,
It's almost blasphemous.
No.
Oh, that.
This
Sorry,
is
I see
the
what you mean.
ECB,
Yeah.
law, rules and regulations around
Most things about the ECB
County
make me want to fall
Championship.
asleep.
the wicket keeper, the fielder. The wicket is down. Oh man. That's through to the keeper as well. On page 97 and a half of this, it's got all the different ways you can be out.
You can get a back
There.
gauge for just $3.99, you know. If you want one.
Where from?
28-day return, Sports Direct, $3.99, gun and more. Nice. Right. Yeah. So
Do you have to oil the back gauge?
if you want one, you can get one. In fact, Gun and More seem to be the only company that make them. So they were presumably the ones who wanted to introduce it. I don't know. No, he's not. He's going to continue. Ben Aitchison. I listed Matty McKiernan there because I've just seen his name pop up because I put back gauge test, and the first thing that came up was Matty McKiernan, who failed that bat test the other week. The other thing is whether it's intentional or not. In comes Aitchison and bowls to Jones. I imagine it was unintentional from Maddinson. That one is defended back to Aitchison because the Cricket Discipline Commission, a very august body, I'm sure, acknowledged that the breach that Matty McKinnon did was unintentional and his clean record was taken into consideration. He also submitted an apology, which is fairly straightforward. There's a picture not of Matty McKinnon accompanying the story, as this one is outside the off stump and goes through. The Cricket Discipline Commission decided that the offence, while committed unintentionally, must be dealt with on a strict liability basis, and that it is entirely the responsibility of a cricketer to ensure that the equipment being used conforms to the laws of the game. And they were the second county to fall foul of a CDC breach in this year's tour. Oh, yeah, that's the apologies. I won't go over old ground about Durham. There's Aitchison with 3 slips in place, sets off from the city end, lights still on. Perhaps they have to stay on now, that's mad. That one is left alone outside the off stump by Jones. Not Robbie Williams, thank you, Peter. That was a good guess. I thought it was a good guess. It's a good guess, but it's not right. Nottinghamshire 229 for 2 now, leading Leicestershire by 337. And Worcestershire eventually declared a few minutes ago on a 454 for 9. Glamorgan 3 without loss in the early stages of their first innings down at Sophia Gardens. Aitchison's in, and that one is not turned down the leg side. In fact, it misses everything and goes through to Brooke Guest. Jones just admonishes himself because I think he thought he's missed out on runs there. Little tickle down the leg side, running away for 4. That would have been nice, as it was. It was taken cleanly by Guest, but no touch from the batsman. Clouds obscure the sun momentarily. As in comes this next delivery from Aitchison. It's pushed out into the offside. Harry Kane comes racing in a way that fielders trying to G themselves up do. And he picks up and throws it to Brooke Guest. There is no run. 110 for 2. Durham trailing by 196. Just about the last thing you want is for Durham to get within 10 of 306 either way, because then it becomes a one innings match and very difficult for either side to win, as Aitchison is in wide of the off stump, way wide of the off stump. And it's through to the keeper end of the over. Aitchison has now bowled 15 overs. He's taken 2 for 24. Durham are 110 for 2 with Jones on 69 and Maddinson on 6. Oh dear, we found more about bats, have we? Oh no.
Well, Guy Mowbray, who's the
yeah.
Match of the Day commentator, has just tweeted me to say, I feel guilty for lending him my bat now. And it's a picture of him at a cricket ground somewhere with a giant Grey Nichols bat in his hand, which is obviously off some advertising thing, which is obviously huge. It's the size of him.
Tim Chambers has got his tongue firmly in his cheek here, I hope.
Reece in. Gone down the leg side. There was a little click there, wasn't there, off Maddinson's bat. The keeper's dropped it.
Definite noise.
So Maddinson had his bat taken off him on 1. He's been dropped on 6.
Well, using a non-regulation supersized bat, says Tim Chambers, must surely mean that Durham, regular offenders in Lord's eyes, must forfeit all points from this game to Derbyshire. In fact, call the game off now. They do get them free, Bernard, I think. I think you'll find. Very much free.
Driven by Maddinson after his lead off. That's gone out through the covers. I don't think it's going to get to the boundary. It's going to be cut off. And he will get 2 runs. Nick Potts, the fielder. There's quite a few people now angry on Twitter about what's been happening here.
Yeah, sorry, I had to do that interview. Oh, no, the bat thing. Sorry,
yes.
Carry on.
David Nelson says, Durham getting fined in other news. Water is wet.
Exactly.
Reece in, bowls. Defended by Maddinson.
Yeah, well, it was pointed out that the teams that have been docked points this season, Derbyshire, Durham and Leicestershire, obviously in the T20, which forced them to not qualify. Why don't they go after some of the big boys for some things? Oh, just a suggestion.
Defended on a length this time. I can't really think of any recent examples of big counties who have, can you?
Who've transgressed? No,
yeah,
absolutely not. No, absolutely.
Struggling.
Yeah, I can't think of anything.
Maybe I need to go to Barnard Castle for an eye test.
Well, I do need an eye test. Is that a good place? It's a nice place. I know.
It's a bit wet today.
I've driven through it, but
yeah.
it's quite scary at night. I always think Barnard Castle.
Do you?
Yeah.
Here comes the bowler. It's drilled back to him. He managed to get a hand on it. It's a no ball signal, though. There's a prison there, isn't there? There was. Young Offenders Institution.
It's when you drive down to the castle. If you're going west,
Yeah.
and you go into it, and you're going back home to where I would be from you, and you look to the right, and that castle up on the hill. I don't know. I can't remember what it's called.
What, Lumley Castle?
No, the castle in Barnard Castle.
Right. I need a drink now.
Yeah, no problem. That is quite scary at night. I always think quite intimidating. I've no idea why it should be. But, I thought, I always think it is. Here is Lewis Rees in bowls to Maddinson, who gets the bat on it and guides it down to Mark Watt, who's fielding a backward point. There's no run, unsurprisingly.
I would get the builder back in because there's bits of it missing.
Yes, yeah.
It's absolutely hoying it down up in the northeast.
We could be here in a minute by the look of it. It's closing in again, isn't it? Yeah. Rees is in and bowls, and that one is past the edge of the bat. Mark Taylor says he'd be keen to know what may have alerted the umpire to the size of the bat. And I think part of the thing is that they do check them, and if they do check them and they just sort of put it through and it goes through and everything's fine, and we may or may not notice it because it happens in a split second. It's just when he puts it through and then he puts it through 3 or 4 times and then calls his fellow umpire over that we were sort of alerted to that. So I don't think there's anything sinister in that respect, Mark. I don't think. We're going to see Mark Watt? No, of course we're not.
That's an Adnan.
Come on, Nudger, shouts one slightly deluded supporter.
Well, how am I going to make sense of all of this in a 20-second, 30-second update?
Well, you know, that's why my 2:30 was ideal, because I was able to go through it, and Sally was really interested as well, so it was great.
Looks like the Tour of Britain's in Hetton at the minute, or Houghton.
Well, which is it? Where is it? Is it in Hetton or Houghton?
Well, I'm trying to recognise the front street. I think they're going to go past Ebbleton's cricket ground shortly.
Lovely.
Still a breakaway off the front as well. 2 minutes 35, 4 riders in it. And it's chucking it down.
They'll get to that tee shop first then, won't they?
Yeah.
Nafi Sheikh is on the field. Smallest man in the world. He's at mid-wicket. I don't know who's gone off.
They're in a 30-mile-an-hour zone, but they're clearly going quicker than that.
Are they allowed to?
Yeah, it's closed roads.
Is it?
Yeah.
Definitely?
Yeah.
You sure?
There's rolling roadblocks. Adnan balls and a drive from Jones. Stopped out in the covers. But he gets a single. It's 3 o'clock. I'm going to have to go and do an update then.
Oh, was it? Oh, blimey. Well, it's been nice having you.
We
We hardly worked at all together.
I've never seen you this week.
You've been doing most of the heavy lifting while I was speaking to Dino. Well, all the heavy lifting while I was speaking to Dino, and then your throat's gone.
Yeah.
Don't want to take your water.
I will.
Yeah. Good man. Martin will be back. I'm afraid I can't keep him away for too long. He'll be back in due course. 115 for 2 with Anuj Dal coming around the wicket to the left-handed Nick Maddinson. Bowls, has a wild swing at that one outside the off stump. It goes through to the keeper. He's a little fortunate. That was a dead ball. Anuj Dal's either got something in his eye or he does wear contact lenses. His contact lenses shifted. Here's Dal, second attempt to bowl his 3rd ball of the over. He's in and bowls. That one is driven into the air and caught. And Maddinson goes. It was a simple catch. by Sam Connors. And, well, Nick Maddinson's unhappy stay out in the middle ends with Dahl picking up his first wicket. Maddinson goes for 8 off 30 deliveries, and Durham are 115 for 3. Perfect timing. Durham have just lost their third wicket. Nick Maddinson has been caught by Sam Connors at backward point off the bowling of Anuj Dahl for 8. Maddinson, who earlier had a bat, failed to go through the back gauge and therefore could cost Durham all the points they gain if they win this match. They certainly get docked a few. Durham 115 for 3. Jones is there on 70. He's batted really nicely. 2 wickets early for Ben Aitchison, and Durham still trail by 191. I hope that made some kind of sense. I'm not sure that it did, really. But that is that.
Maddinson was scored by Sam Connors off the bowling of Anuj Dahl for 8.
There we go. So the new batsman is Jonathan Bushnell. Oh, that's a bit familiar. Bushnell comes out. That was the not the final ball of the over. It was the third ball of the over. Was it? Yeah, Maddinson 115 for 3 now. Still trailing by 191. And as comfortable a catch as Sam Connors will have taken. Bushnell, the new bat. Derbyshire, incidentally, with that catch, getting their 4th bonus point of the afternoon, or of the game, rather. And here is Dahl, bowling to Bushnell, the new batsman, in, and Bushnell leaves alone. Outside the off stump, not taken cleanly by Brooke Guest. 46 overs left after this one, so another 14 overs until tea, which takes us pretty close to 4 o'clock. I imagine we'll be closer to 6:30 finishing this evening than anything else. In comes Dahl and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside. They're doing karaoke on the radio at the moment. Walking on Sunshine, Katrina and the Waves. I once won the album on which that appeared from Radio Merseyside many years ago, and it's pitiful, really, but it happened. I had to go to the radio station to pick it up. Dahl bowls wide of the off stump, allowed to go through to the keeper. I couldn't tell you what the question was I had to answer, if indeed there was one. That's the end of the Dahl over. 1 run from it, and the wicket of Nick Maddinson. 115 for 3 now. Durham still trailing by 191. Anuj Dahl 3 overs, 1 for 5. And after taking the catch, here's Sam Connors. He's back, I think. The ball's been handed to Lewis Rees, but he's going to polish it. And Nick Cook, in a way that only Nick Cook can, puts the cap of Sam Connors on top of his white floppy sun hat. That's the 50th all-format wicket for Anuj Dahl, who's now got 2,000 all-format runs and 50 all-format wickets for Derbyshire. Thank you to David Griffin, as ever, for that little nugget. Griff on duty with the camera and the stats, as usual, here at the county ground. As Connors goes in to begin a new over, and strikes Jones amidships. The ball goes down into the slips. He wanders off to square leg just to readjust to 1 or 2 things. That would have stung a bit, I fancy. The next delivery is crashed away, but not timed by Jones. In fact, it goes straight to Lewis Ploy, who's fielding at cover. Sounded quite nice off the bat. Turned out it wasn't very nice at all.
Well, I did my best.
Did you? I managed to mention it, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure I explained it particularly well.
It just ended up sounding a bit batty.
Very good.
Yeah.
It's always difficult to gauge, though, isn't it?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's Connors. No wickets yet, but a catch. And he's in and bowls to Jones, who turns this one into the leg side. And they've run the first one quickly, and off the boundary comes Nick Potts. And it gets in quickly enough to prevent them from running a second, even though his throw's a little wayward. And it's 116 for 3.
I think Durham might have to throw some linseed oil over troubled waters later. That's what they used to do, wasn't it, in Greek times? Pour oil on troubled waters to try and calm the seas down.
There's only. I don't do Greek. Here's Connors in again. Bowls, and it's gone past the edge of the bat. That's a nice delivery. A really nice delivery.
Paul Wilson says, hi, Marty and the boys. Well, it's the boy. Greetings from a very wet and stormy Costa del Hartlepool. A rare chance to hear your dulcet tones as I'm off work. I'll follow him from...
Here's Connors in and bowls to Jones, who plays that, Bushnell rather, who plays that down into the ground. In the leg side, there's no run.
It's a sad email. I wasn't expecting to...
No, you see.
I wasn't expecting to see the next bit, to be honest with you.
It's taken a turn.
It has.
Oh,
quite
dear.
a dramatic turn.
Oh, no.
Well, condolences, Paul. His father passed
unprovoked.
away this morning.
Sorry,
so
Paul.
he is taking a few moments out to chill after what he describes as a traumatic day.
Yeah, no.
Sorry to hear that,
Thoughts
Paul.
with you. Thoughts with you.
Ooh, Connors
delivery.
bowls.
Go on. You do it.
Playing a miss there. What you got there?
Oh no, I was just going to describe that Paul.
I thought you were opening some sweets.
No, I don't. No.
I thought I could hear some sweets opening.
No, well, they're sort of sweets, but you can't have one.
Yeah. Dear Bolt Young Offenders Institute is in Barnard Castle, says Anne. Yep.
There you go.
He says he's never been.
No, me neither. Probably been past it though. Well, I am past it, but.
All right, they're coming through New Bottle now.
New Bottle.
All right.
Is that a place?
That's just up the hill from Chesty Street. From the cricket ground.
Well, now I need your
You
list.
go up the hill past Lumley Castle and over the top of there.
I need your listeners to tell me why it's called New Bottle. That's a terrific name for a place.
Darling from the city end. That's left by Jones. My sister used to live along this road.
New Bottle.
Looks very wet there, mine. Very wet.
Serious question.
Yeah.
Which isn't like me on cycling, because I'm quite frankly not interested at all. Would they would they have tyres with more tread on because of the wet?
Possibly, but it would be fairly negligible that you would notice. They wouldn't have massive chunky tread on them, but they might use a different type of tyre on a wet day like this.
I know most of the cycling tyres are they're what I would call bald.
Yeah. Dahl to Jones. Jones plays that ball back to him. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it, on those Grand Prix tyres, you know, in Formula One, they don't have anything on them, do they?
No, I don't watch that either. But
No, I don't.
I remember having a racing bike to go to school on. Its tyres were very, very thin.
Yeah.
Not really good for riding on ordinary roads, in all honesty.
No, not when you were the headmaster.
They were almost ribbed, though.
Yeah.
I think it was tyres I bought.
Dahl again comes in. Oh, Jones are playing a miss there. Ball just leaving him outside the line of off stump. What happened with me was, and it all started just by coincidence, really. My 16th birthday, my mum bought me a racing bike. The idea being I would use it to travel to and from college.
Makes sense.
Sixth form college. But the day of my 16th birthday in 1987, was the start of the Tour de France.
You didn't join that instead, did you?
I took a wrong turn at South Shields Marine and Technical College and ended up in Lyon. Darlene played off towards short mid-wicket by Jones, no run there. Wow. And I just started watching that, and it was the year when Stephen Roach, the Irishman, was in a battle with Pedro Delgado, the Spaniard, and it was very exciting.
Yeah.
And I ended up joining the local cycling club, and it was around about the time I stopped playing cricket for about 3 or 4 years. Realised I was never going to be very good at cycling because you've got to be uber fit and fast.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
By the time I returned to playing cricket, I was 20. This one's flicked away by...
I tell you, I've been around the velodrome.
Yeah. I'm actually quite jealous of the fact you've done that, and particularly because you just wouldn't have appreciated it like I would have done.
Well, no, I probably wouldn't have appreciated it as much as you. I appreciated it, and I was really pleased that I did it. I was very apprehensive.
Yeah.
Because I arrived there and they said, "Do you fancy a go?" I mean, that was about the top and bottom of it. Because being a fit human being, I thought, yeah, no problem.
The athlete you are.
Yeah.
Darling, this has gone up 2 mid-on, no run. End of the over. I've been to the National Track Championships at the Manchester Velodrome, and it is a brilliant day out for. It's a tenner each, so you
it's
get
non-stop as well.
Yeah, it's like
non-stop.
A family ticket for 25 quid. There's a race every few minutes.
Yeah.
As soon as one race finishes, the next one's beginning. There's always something to see. You're right on top of the action, and you don't appreciate just how fast they are till you're in the velodrome and they're right there in front of you, and you can feel them. You know, as they're spinning around, you can feel the weight of the riders as they come past. It passes through the stands, you know, and it's just cracking action, and the kids really enjoy it, and they get the pictures taken with the riders as well. You get to see some star names.
Oh, that's good.
Good afternoon now.
Connors begins a new over and squares up Bushnell.
Right, I'm going to get you here. They're now coming through Philadelphia.
Are they?
Yeah.
Well, I've got 2 emails here, and one of them is entitled New Bottle, but I'm going to read Moving On first from Ian Crooks. Great to have your company throughout most of my working day. Says, please, that there's any play. Who'd have thought it would rain in England in autumn? Not quite. Well, it is technically autumn, but September's usually pretty good. From a Derbyshire perspective, how would Mr. Fletcher sum up the season? How might they improve for next season? A replacement for Masood is imperative, as Connors is in. So he sort of asked a question, then answered it himself. That one's defended back to him. Hopefully the development of players like Darl and Guest can continue, and we can mount a challenge to, like Notts, get out of the wilderness of the second division. Thank you, Ian. Yeah, well, they need a replacement for Shan Masood. They might need 2 openers, who knows? They certainly will have Saranga Lakmal back. I understand he might be starting to bowl soon, having had his elbow rebuilt, which is good news, because you never know until he bowls how good he's going to be. As Connors bowls 2 straight, really. It's turned into the leg side, fielded by Potts, but good to hear from you, Ian. And Steve Doggett says it comes from the Saxon new battle, meaning new settlement. New bottle. Thank you very much, Steve. If indeed it's right, I've no reason to suggest that it isn't right. I've still got the lycra that I went round the. I'm not sure if I was supposed to take it home, or even if I should admit that I've got it. I'm never going to wear it again, clearly. As Connors is in. It didn't fit the first time. It's unlikely to fit now. That one's defended into the leg side by Bushnell.
So it's still got the pegs holding it together.
Well, it was dark blue when it was hanging up.
It was bib shorts as well, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
I don't like them.
By the time I got it on, it was pale blue. Because
And everybody could see your belly button.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I didn't realise that's what those braces were, though. I couldn't work it out at all. In goes Codders and Boz. Oh, and he plays quite an expansive-looking drive at that one, Bushnell. Goes for a little walk to square leg as he misses.
You didn't try and put your legs through them initially, did you?
No. I worked that bit out. But, yeah, no, I thoroughly enjoyed it and would recommend it to anybody if you get the chance. I'm sure they do... taster set. I know they do at Manchester, but I'm sure they do taster sessions up at the Velodrome in Derby, just across the way from Pride Park. Get yourselves along and have a go. It's terrific fun.
There's a few of the British teams based there who have, I've seen competing at the track championships in Manchester.
That one's defended by Bushnell up towards mid-on. Yeah, Tanfield. Charlie Tanfield's from this area. And he's
the Tanfield brothers are from Great Ayton in North Yorkshire.
Oh, well, he trains here, though, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, they're based here. One of my colleagues' sons was based here as well. In fact, Harry Tanfield and his brother Charlie will be riding past their house tomorrow on the Tour of Britain.
Well, they could stop there instead of wasting all that money on cafes, couldn't they?
Yeah.
So
we saw them racing in the Tour Series at Gisborough, Maybank holiday weekend.
They had a team called Hoob.
Hoob?
Hoob, H-U-U-B. They make a lot of sports clothing, based in Derby. They had a team that was doing better than the British team at the British Championships at one point.
116 for 3 as Darl bowls to Jones. He leaves that one outside the off stump.
It might have been the European Championships. It was certainly a big championships, and in the end, the conditions were changed so that you couldn't actually enter a team under a factory name, as it were.
You've got the velodrome here. You've got the one in Manchester. There's one in Glasgow from the Commonwealth Games. You've got the one in London for the.
There must be one in Cardiff. There must be a
well, it's Newport, the one in Wales.
It's Newport, yeah.
Darlin, played back to him by Jones, because the National Track Championships in January this year were in Newport.
Right.
Although that was just a little bit too far to go. Not like popping over to Manchester.
No, indeed. It's closer than Cardiff, though, isn't it?
Yeah. By a substantial 10 miles, I think.
Although there'd be no point going to Cardiff, because unless they build one inside the Millennium Stadium, or whatever it's called now.
Do you know which river comes out at Newport?
Ooh.
Darl bowls. A cut shot from Jones. That's lovely. That's gone for 4 right out the middle of the bat towards the hotel boundary.
Well, I know that Casaneweth is how you say it in Welsh, and the Towie is in Swansea, because that's Abertawe. I haven't got a clue.
You know, they've got that transporter bridge like the one in Middlesbrough across the
Yeah.
bay.
Well, I didn't know they had, but what's the river then?
The Usk.
Is it?
Yeah. Beautiful valley. Because I got the train to Cardiff this season, and I hadn't done that before. And the bit where you pick up the Severn River in Gloucestershire, and then you follow the banks of the river for miles, and eventually you come across towards Newport and pass over the Usk. It's really nice. You see the 2 Severn bridges in the distance.
That's 14 bridges then, isn't it?
Yeah. Not to be confused with 5 bridges, which is near Hove. Don't know where that got its name from, though. Darlin to Jones. It's gone down the leg side. Jones now on 75 from 131 balls. Where are they now? The board in. They're on the outskirts of Sunderland. It's manky weather. They're absolutely getting soaked. First time the Tour of Britain has actually finished in Sunderland. Darl once more comes in and bowls. Jones inside edge onto the front pad, and it rolls up safely away to back towards the bowler's end.
I've got the train all the way to Swansea. Well, I can't remember which way I went, though.
Where you had a rear-facing seat or a front-facing seat?
It went to Swansea, but I can't. Or did it come back from Swansea? It was one of the, but I think I only went from Cardiff to Swansea. I was delivering cars and bringing them back to places.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I've always wondered whether that would be a nice thing to do.
No, it's not.
Darl balls. That's gone through to the keeper. We've had a few cars delivered and collected from our house over the years, and
well, if you don't keep up with those payments, you're bound to, aren't you?
one guy arrived one Saturday morning and brought a new car for my wife. She was leasing it. This is a few years ago now. And he'd driven up from Exeter.
What, the car?
Yeah. And I just couldn't understand how that made any business sense.
No.
And then we dropped him off somewhere in Sunderland. He was there that early. We gave him breakfast, I think. He must have set off at like midnight. So we dropped him off at another garage in Sunderland. And he was taking another car all the way back to Coventry and then picking up one there to go all the way back to Exeter. He was due back in Exeter about midnight that night.
Can't be legal to make you drive that much, can it? In a day. Here's Sam Connors bowling to Bushnell, who defends this up towards Lewis Rees at mid-on, and there's no run.
Did you used to go and did you hitchhike home? Did you or not?
We used to basically you'd leave the place in Horwich. They were dropping demonstration cars off to people, and you'd go in a pair. So you'd drop your car off, and then the other person or she would take you to the next place in their car, or take you to the car that you were picking up, so you could follow them when they dropped it, and it was really complicated. The days were very long. Connors is in, and that one is pushed out to the offside.
So you had trade plates, did you?
Occasionally, yeah. But most of the time not, because they were just like normal cars, but there were demonstration models of, I couldn't even tell you what make of car. So don't like cars that are, and then you had to demonstrate them as well, which was out of my comfort zone right here. These are the doors. And the boots at the back, the engines in the front, probably.
You demonstrated with the car, so you went outside and started
Placards.
shouting
Yeah,
with the car.
I had a placard with me, yeah. This was a short delivery from Connors and Bushnell. Do we call him Johnny or Jonathan?
Johnny, I think he likes.
Okay, we'll go with Johnny then. And Johnny Bushnell ducks underneath it. It goes through to the wicket keeper. Yeah, well, I did it after I'd turned freelance when I wasn't as successful as I am now, which is hard to believe.
Did you go freelance by choice, thinking
yes,
the world was your oyster, and then realised it wasn't?
Well, it almost was. Oh, that's the leading edge. There was a full toss. He tried to flick it away into the leg side. It's ended up in the hands of the cover, who is Lewis Deploy. I took voluntary redundancy from the newspaper when it went from a daily to a weekly.
Yeah.
And picked up some work, but not quite enough. So I did a bit of driving. Used to drop off a lot of gas vans. I crashed one.
Gas vans?
Yeah, you know.
What, for British Gas?
British Gas, yeah. Used to go down. So many Stafford has another thing gone. That sounded like me driving a gas van there. That one's been driven out into the offside by Bushnell. He'll pick up a couple of runs as it's retrieved by a sliding Billy Godleman. Bushnell moves or gets off the mark.
When you crashed the gas van, did you feel a little bit deflated?
I did.
Yes.
I did, because they were going to make me pay for it. That's when I resigned.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't. Well, I must have seen the tree, but it was one of the big vans, the big Bedford vans or whatever they are. You know, they're clearly not Bedford because they don't exist anymore. But I scraped it down the side of a tree, or scraped the side of it on a tree. That one is left alone outside the off stump by Bushnell, and the over comes to an end. He's got 2. Jones has 75, 122 for 3.
Why were they going to make you pay for it? Would they not have had insurance?
Well, they would, but you know.
Trying to pull a fast one.
I think so. It was an interesting experience anyway, the whole thing. It's not something I would recommend, but you've got to do stuff to earn money, haven't you, Martin? You've got to do stuff to earn money. That's the top and bottom of life.
Yeah.
I did consider other things and then realise that nobody would pay for that. We've got 9 overs until, in fact, we're halfway through the day. Look, 41 overs gone, 41 to go.
Really? You're dull. Jones defends. Well, T is at 3:55, by the way.
Oh, no matter what?
Yeah.
Well, that's no good. We get a 20-minute break interrupted by a 4 o'clock news bulletin. Dear, oh dear.
Oh, look at this. The riders have just gone past the girls' school now.
Your girls' school?
Yeah.
Okay, not the girls' school.
They've just come down Barnes Bank past the speed camera, but I didn't notice it going off. But it's just horrendous. The weather's awful. There's water all over the roads. Donald Jones played to short mid-wicket, no run there.
It doesn't normally rain in the northeast. You said it hadn't rained for months.
I can't remember the last time it did.
Well, now.
Yeah. This must have been the weather that was here last night.
Yeah, I missed all that.
That's the girls' school gate just there, look.
Oh, yeah. They're not back yet, though, are they?
No, they go back tomorrow.
But they're disappointed.
They're there at the finish line.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. They're right on the finish line. Darlin, and played by Jones to point, no run. Floodlights have remained on here. I'm not really sure we need them at the moment.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Here we go around the back of the convent. Oh, the road's flooded there.
I can only apologise to those who recorded it on ITV4.
Well, I don't know who's winning.
In the hope of seeing it later. He's ruining it for you.
Yeah. Darlin, Jones defends again. It runs back to the bowler.
I was watching on ITV4 plus 1, which is obviously ITV5, but...
Yeah. Oh, that's a tight bend.
That's a bad miss.
Oh, that's a bad miss. What was that? That was
fascio snooker,
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, that's a bad miss.
2 commentators with just basically piles and piles of alcohol in front of them.
And cigars. Dahl bowls to Jones. Bit of an inside edge on that one as he looks to play it through the leg side. Comes off the thigh pad and rests safely on the offside.
John Thompson was one of those 2
Yeah.
commentators. He's in the Panto in Derby this year.
All right. No, he isn't. 1 ball left of this over.
In fact, if you look around now, he's behind you. I do like John Thompson.
Yeah. Dahl bowls. Oh, that's whacked Jones right in the hair, the leg, I think. He limps away to the over. Didn't John Thompson, he first started off doing stand-up in
Yeah.
the Manchester area? Because
Yeah.
I remember Steve Coogan live at the Adelphi Theatre in Liverpool came out on video years ago. And John Thompson was doing this sort of MC bit in between the different Steve Coogans. But it was basically an act based on Bernard Manning back in the day.
Yeah, well, you could see him doing that,
Yeah.
can't you? Yeah. But with
That was before Cold Feet and all the rest of it came along.
different
for him.
jokes, I would have thought. Sam Connors from the racecourse end. 7 overs for 32. He's in and bowls to Johnny Bushnell, who turns this one into the leg side. There's no run, just 6 runs in the last 5 overs. They've stemmed the flow of runs, which at one point was ridiculous. Durham's openers putting on 79 before Sean Dixon was dismissed for 28. I might have an update soon. Goes Connors, and that's wide of the off stump. Through to the keeper, Brooke Guest, and there's no run. No, they're doing a bit of a theatre review, so. Your coaching staff at the far end?
Yeah. Looks like Neil
Well,
Colleen and James Franklin.
not yours, obviously, but Durham's. I haven't seen your coaching staff. You left them back up in the northeast. Here's Connors in and bowls. Oh, it's edged and just short of slip. Ben Aitchison. Bushnell has an escape. It was a genuine edge, but didn't have the pace. A 42 over old ball doesn't have the pace to get to the slip cordon, but they can't really stand any closer. Which is all a bit galling, really.
And Neil Colleen and James Franklin down the far end of the ground. Marcus North is here as well, the director of cricket.
Connors is in. That's defended by Bushnell out into the offside. Well, he's at the big meeting, isn't he? Or was.
Yeah, well, James Franklin and Marcus North were in with the match referee, Mike Smith, who has impounded Nick Maddinson's bat.
Impounded his bat. I hope he gets it back. Because he can use it in
I think it'll come back covered in CSI tape.
Yeah. He can use it in club cricket, or he could give it to me if he wanted. Connors is in. 3 slips in place. Bowls to Bushnell, a short delivery. Bushnell ducks underneath it.
Well, that was a cracking stage of the Tour of Britain. So
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
fantastic finish.
The bits that I heard.
In manky weather. Well worth watching the highlights tonight.
Well, I'll just go back and watch it on watch again on the ITV Hub.
Yeah, that flies in again, you know.
It's either watching that or the Champions League.
Oh, is that on already?
I'm torn. Chelsea play at 5:45, I think.
Traditional kick-off time.
Yeah. Here's Connors in and bowls. That one is driven, slightly over-pitched, but driven by Bushnell straight to Billy Godleman at mid-off. It's the end of the over. Maiden over. Successive maiden overs from Dahl and Connors. Connors has now bowled 8 overs. 2 maidens, 0 for 32.
Kevin Ramsey says, it's a pity the bikes didn't go through Pity Me and No Place because that would have raised a few eyebrows. Yeah.
No place.
Yeah, it's just up the road from Chesty Street towards Beamish Museum.
I've heard of Beamish Museum, yes.
And Pitty Mees and the other direction from
Pitty
ground
Mees
at
on the way
Chester
to
Street.
Durham, isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah, I think I've driven past a sign for that. Any explanations gratefully received.
Yeah. Mervyn Hardy has emailed. Saw him in the ground yesterday in his blazer and tie and a bowler hat. Dahl comes in to start a new over. And Jones just doesn't seem to be timing these deliveries right.
No,
from
I think
Dahl,
the
does he?
ball's starting to do a bit, which he hadn't been doing. Wayne Madson's having a chat with Billy Godleman.
He's just played that one away one-handed, but again it looked like it was an inside edge, shoulder of the bat type thing. Mervyn says, "Good afternoon, Martin. We're all busily chewing our fingernails as we give careful scrutiny to the follow-on figure."
No.
And he says, now the worry is if a points deduction is applied because of the bat size as well.
Well, if it is oversized, you will be docked points, whether
Yeah.
it was deliberate or not. But
Dahl in, Jones defends. I asked Mike Smith, the referee, would it be 16 points? And he said that would be down to the ECB disciplinary committee to decide. All he could do is report back to them if the bat fails to go through the gauge later. And the only way that it could fit through later is if back in the dry environment indoors, maybe it has swelled to the point where even just a millimetre's difference won't
But
let
only
the
take
bat
a fraction, wouldn't it? Only
Yeah.
take a fraction.
Dahl again, it's an edge from Jones, but it was always along the floor. It's gone between second and third slip and down to third man for 4.
First boundary for a while, I fancy. No, since the 40th over. What are we in now? 44th, so not that long, in fact. Apologies.
So you made that up then.
Well, it just felt like the first boundary for a while. The last one was scored by Jones as well, off Anuj Dahl in over number 40. I can tell you exclusively. If anybody cares. Whether it's exclusive or not.
Anyway, we believe if this bat fails the test again indoors, then you forfeit what you would win in that competition per match. So in one day cricket and T20 it's 2 points, but in this it could be up to 16. It would be 16, wouldn't it? So
could be exactly 16, I would have thought.
Not 17, not 15.
No, I don't think so. I think 16 is very much the number.
Yeah, 2 runs there from Jones, but it was left in the air by the match referee. He said the final decision would be down to the ECB.
Well, yes, he's not going to come out and tell you, is he? As I say, the only thing about Matty McKinnon was he issued an apology and everything, but it didn't count. There's a song that I don't recognise has just come on, so I'm not doing one at the moment. There's a lot of songs that I don't recognise, mind.
Darling.
Oh, that's what it was. Of course it is, Peter.
What?
He says, we'll take a track if it's okay before we come to me. Of course it's all right. It'd be better if it was a track that I knew. Got pesky little flies.
I know. They're horrible little things, aren't they? They're like gnats.
Well, that one isn't anymore.
No.
It's not pesking at all.
It's in 2 bits now.
More than that.
Davey says it's bucketing down in Whitley Bay, and it has ended my plans for a sharp louse to watch the second 11 at South North. This is defended by Jones off Dahl, end of the over, 128 for 3. And Jones has 81 of those from 144 balls. Dahl, 1 for 15, I think.
Yeah.
Scoreboard's lagging a bit.
Yeah. They've called the Derbyshire second team game. The day 2, 3:26 for 7. Matty McKinnon, the aforementioned.
It's raining.
Here?
Yeah. I've just put my sunglasses on because it's too bright.
It is raining, you're right. Yeah, no, you're right. I've just looked across that way and it's chucking it down. But they're carrying on. It's Sam Connors. Of course they are. Bowls, that's defended by Bushnell. They're going to stay out there or take an early tea, boys?
Looks like a sun shower, doesn't it? Because I can't even see what it's coming from. And don't say the sky.
No, I'm not
there's
going
an
to.
overhanging camera gantry, so we can't see that there's any cloud up there, but it looks like it's blowing in from the left of the ground. But the sun's bright sunshine.
Well, they promised sunshine and showers. I don't know
Yeah.
if they meant at the same time. But here's Connors. It is raining. Bowls to Bushnell, who clips that away for 4 runs. Nice shot. That's his first boundary out towards the mid-wicket fence. And he moves on to 6, 132 for 3, and Durham now trailed by 174.
It's raining over Derby city centre, definitely.
Yeah, I can see it, can't you? It'll be heading our way soon, if it isn't already. I think it's stopped again. I don't know. This song is dreadful, whoever it is. Absolutely dreadful. Well, it is. Hopefully Sally will say what it is and I can name the culprit. It goes Connors and bowls left alone outside the off stump by Bushnell. He's halfway through his 9th over now, Sam Connors. 0 for 36. His figures. Here we go. I'll speak to you shortly.
Okay. Connors turns. Comes in and bowls. And that's gone through to the keeper. Quite a number of people on Twitter unhappy with this bat scenario and Nick Maddinson as an overseas player. Somebody sent me a picture of flooded roads in Sunderland. Connors bowls and an attempted cut shot there from Bushnell, rising up past the outside edge of the bat. He plays and misses at it. Ball played up to mid-off. No run, end of the over. The wind is absolutely getting up now. That bank of cloud that has brought us that little rain shower blows by. Tee here is at 5 to 4. And there's still today 37 overs to go. Durham 132 for 3 after 45 overs. Jones is 81 from 146. Bushnell 6 from 29. Dahl is starting his 8th over. He's a tricky little character. He's skiddy. And he comes in here to bowl. Full length delivery. Driven by Jones back to the bowler. Reminds me in his bowling style a bit like Gareth Hart, the South African who was with Durham for 2 or 3 years. But packed in first-class cricket a year or so ago to explore business opportunities back in South Africa. It was a very difficult customer to deal with for batsmen. Skiddy, bowled his little cutters as well. Seamers, and quite often a good partnership breaker as well. Dahl here today has taken the wicket of Maddinson, caught by Sam Connors at point. He was dropped on 6, caught on 8, and his bat was taken off him when he was on 1. Borthwick made 4 earlier, and Dixon 28. Bushnell forward to this one, plays it up to mid-on. No run. Bushnell's debut. In fact, Bushnell today is 21 years old, so happy birthday to Jonathan Bushnell. And his debut was against Worcestershire this year in the draw in Chesley Street when he made 66 and he He also took one for 15. So happy 21st to Jonathan Bushnell as he defends this one. Now, wouldn't it be nice if he could leave the pitch tonight on his 21st with a big score to his name? Marnus Labuschagne has signed a new 2-year deal with Glamorgan. Dahl comes in and bowls. Bushnell plays that away.
Oh, my word.
What's going on now?
Well, I've just had to sing Lay Lady Lay.
Oh. This is a lead from Bushnell. Lay, lady, lay.
Sit across my big brass bed. Because they're doing karaoke. What's your karaoke song? We're going to see some spin, some left arm spin at long last from Mark Watt. We'll have to wait 46 overs.
Gonna tell you what you should never try and sing at karaoke is Yellow by Coldplay.
Is it tricky?
Very tricky.
Yeah?
It goes up and down and all over the place.
The first, I only sang 2 songs. We went to Portugal. We took some refreshment, and I thought, right, I'll have a go at this. And the first song that I tried was "Stairway to Heaven."
Yeah.
Yeah, that goes on a bit. You're up there for a long, long time. You're very exposed. Good song, but I'm not necessarily sure you should do karaoke version. But "Lay Lady Lay" by Bob Dylan.
Somebody's changed my description of the Australian batsman Nick Maddinson to batter.
What, on the BBC?
Yeah.
He's a batsman, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Michael Jones on strike for the left arm spin of Mark Watt. First delivery goes back into his crease and pushes it out into the offside. Will we see a 24-yarder in his first over or not? That's the key question for Mark Watt. He's asked umpire Cook to step back. He has to bowl in front of the umpire. That one is darted in and it's guided down to third man. The vacant third man area for 4 runs by Jones. Nice shot. He moves to 86, 137 for 3. The ball has been retrieved. It's like an obligatory over a spin before tea. This might get 2 in. 6th bowler used by Derbyshire. Watt around the wicket bowls. That one is turned down towards backward square leg by Jones, and Potts comes in to do the fielding. Picks up another single to move to 87, 138 for 3. Do you know who the man with the ketchup tattoo is?
Oh,
Did
no.
you get that?
No.
Always carries a bottle of ketchup with him on tour as well. It's Ed Sheeran, of course it is.
I really don't like tomato ketchup.
I'm not keen on Ed Sheeran. There's Watt in bowls, which reminds me, it was Mark Owen singing that song before I went on to do my latest update. Dreadful, absolutely dreadful.
I don't know who Mark Owen is.
Used to be in Take That.
Oh, right.
Watt is in bowls. That's driven up to Billy Godman by Bushnell. There's no run.
So is that, are you going to get the Mark Owen tattoo removed off of your
Yeah,
arm now?
that was Mark. That wasn't great from Mark, I'm afraid. He's let himself down a bit there.
And the school town?
Yes, and his parents in next delivery is driven off an inside edge back towards Watt. End of the over. One boundary and a single taken off it, so 5 in total. 138 for 3. Jones has moved on to 87. And Bushnell is on 6. Durham still trail by 168. Now, Pity Me, the name comes from. Most likely a whimsical name, suggests Steve. Well, it's quite whimsical, I'll give you that.
Well, my auntie lives in the Lickey Hills.
The what?
The Lickey Hills, just south of Bromsgrove.
Are
So
you sure?
yeah, there's a couple of villages up there. Barnt Green and Blackwell Village. And the train line from Birmingham south towards Cheltenham comes through there and then drops down the Lickey Incline, which is the steepest gradient in the network, I think, now, down to Bromsgrove. And if you drive out of Blackwell and you go along the little country lane, the first place you come to at the junction is a little hamlet called Lickey End. It's true, that.
Well, you're having me on now. You're just trying to make me corpse here, aren't you? What are you doing to me?
Lickey End, in the Lickey Hills, just south of Birmingham. Lots of little tiny, tight, single-lane roads around the countryside there. Oh, there's a wicket, and that's the end of Bushnell. Is this Potts who's coming to the attack?
Yeah.
It's not, it's Jones. He's Yorked Jones on 87. His off stump is lying behind the others, about 6 or 7 feet away. Well, that was quite a delivery from Potts to start his new spell, and that is the end of Jones. So Durham 138 for 4. Jones out for 87. That ends the partnership on 23. But more importantly, Durham are 168 behind now, and they are 4 down.
Yeah, good delivery. First up from young Nick Potts, as we're obliged to call him. Terrific innings from Jones as well, in fairness, as we listen to the applause from high score of the game so far. His deploy making 82 in the Derbyshire first innings, and off he walks. He must have been, he'll have been eyeing up 3 figures, but he'd started to look a little bit bogged down, hadn't he? And as you pointed out, he wasn't timing it quite as well as he had been. And I mean, those the pre-lunch boundaries that he scored, I think he got 9 boundaries in his 48 before lunch. It was, well, they kept bowling wide of the off stump, and he kept crashing it away to the backward point boundary, and they didn't seem to learn. It was the definition of madness. Kept doing the same thing, expecting a different outcome. But excellent work from Nick Potts. And they're enjoying it down below us. Still, I think I'm not sure if he's 20 or not yet. Young Nick Potts.
He is, I think. I've got him.
Yeah, 20 and 49
and
days.
What you didn't hear while you were singing
Bob
Dylan is that it's Jonathan Bushnell's 21st birthday today.
Oh, was it? Oh, that's good. I mean, it's not an achievement necessarily, because a lot of people have those, but it's nice that he's playing cricket on his 21st birthday. Be a bit much if it was rated as an achievement, wasn't it? Really?
Potts to Travaskis, the new batsman, the left-hander.
There is, I mean, Ben Rain can bat, can't he?
Yeah. Oops.
Can McIntosh bat? He can bat a bit, can't he? Gibson, is he a good bat?
Not really seen much of Oliver Gibson with a bat, to be honest with you.
We know how Chris Rushworth bats.
Yeah.
So,
what? On my 21st birthday, we went for a meal down the seafront to a restaurant, and I ended up just driving that night. And he had about like half a pint or something.
Yeah, 12 pints. Those were the days.
Defended by Travaskis on this occasion.
I think I got absolutely blathered on mine. I didn't drive anywhere.
Well, we had a party at the cricket club a few nights later, and so I had a few drinks that night. But the actual day of the birthday was something like a Wednesday or a Thursday.
My life's a complete blur from the age of 19 to 22 anyway, so I'm afraid. I'm very disappointed and embarrassed to say. Still got a degree, mind.
Potts to Travaskis. It's gone down the leg side. It's gone for 4. Now they will be leg byes. I didn't go to university. My sister's 5 years older than me, I just witnessed some of the student accommodation she lived in and thought, no thanks. And then
I lived in a couple of dodgy places.
I worked out when I was about 17 that I could go to journalism college straight from sixth form college and do an NCTJ course in journalism. So that's what I did. I missed out university altogether. I was one of the youngest on the course. Most of the others on it had been and done degrees, and then that was the Is it a foundation course, whatever you call it? Professional qualification course. 142 for 4. Potts in. Travaskis plays the ball to short extra cover. A lot of anger among Durham supporters on Twitter at the moment regarding the oversized bat and the Australian player.
Are they angry because he's Australian, or?
No, just about the situation, the club this season and the signing.
They don't like the signing.
Hasn't had the best of times. Literally with bat in hand as of today.
No, that is unfortunate.
Yeah.
It is unfortunate.
I wonder how many times he's been out in the middle with said bat. Bright sunshine again here now in Derby. Oh, that's a snorter of a short delivery, and Travaskis did well to get out the road of that one. I think that shaved his nasal hair. End of the over. Durham 142 for 4. Potts striking with that first delivery, knocking Jones's off stump out the ground with a Yorker. And there were leg byes, but otherwise it was a wicket maiden.
Nick Owen, that Nick Owen.
What, the real one?
The
from
real
the
one.
telly?
Yeah, says, yes, Fletch Sport, Licky End really does exist. I didn't doubt it existed. It's just an interesting name, isn't it? Pleasant part of the world too. He says, drive through it often. A hypnotoad, however, I'm not reading that out because I actually value this job. But thank you for trying. Good to hear from you, Nick. Nick will be doing the end of season awards, I'm told, which would be great. Mark Watt, left arm spin from the racecourse end, bowling to Johnny Bushnell, who guides this one. This will be the last over before tea, incidentally, backward of square on the offside.
Well, it's next to Barnes Green, and Barnes Green Cricket Club is where Warwickshire play a lot of their second team matches. So.
Oh, okay. Next delivery from Watts, speared in towards the leg stump, turned into the leg side by Bushnell, fielded by Harry Kame, who's in at mid-wicket. So who on earth is that? That must be Ben Aitchison at backward point. What's he doing there? This man at a very straight, shortish mid-off as Watt bowls, and there he is, fielding it. Lears to ploy, moving across to his left. Watt polishes the ball. We've gone past 5-3, which is the
4
tea time. 5-4, yeah, you're absolutely right. Sorry, I've gone into...
You're not in Spanish time, are you?
Well, no, I got confused earlier when we were off the field for lunch and it said play would resume at 12 when it was already 1:10. So
that's an hour of your life you're never going to get back.
It just doesn't take much to confuse me, sadly, anymore. That's the problem. He's bowled 4 deliveries, 2 to go. Watt in his second over, 5 runs conceded so far. Durham 142 for 4.
Some big clouds bubbling up to the south of us here. I don't like the look of those.
They'll not trouble us. This next one from Watt is a quicker delivery, lower trajectory, pushed out towards mid-off.
If they keep bubbling up and getting bigger, then they might.
They'll not bother us. They'll not bother us now. Too far south. That's a phrase you're familiar with, I'm sure.
I haven't heard that one.
Just a slight change in the field. There's a short mid-wicket. That's Harry Kame, and the backward square leg has come out to an orthodox mid-wicket. That's Nick Potts. And Watt is in and bowls, and it's defended with the full face of the bat by Bushnell, and the umpires remove the bails because that is tea with Durham on 142 for 4. William Travaskis yet to get off the mark. Johnny Bushnell is on 6. So these two will come back after tea, looking to get Durham slightly closer to the Derbyshire first innings. 164 behind they are in the afternoon session. Sean Dixon was caught by Brooke Guest off the bowling of Ben Aitchison with 28. Scott Borthwick caught by Nick Potts off Aitchison for 4. And then Nick Maddinson, after the drama of his bat failing to fit through the back gauge, was caught by Sam Connors off the bowling of Anuj Dal for 8. And Michael Jones bowled, yorked by Nick Potts for 87, the high score of the game. so far. We will take a short break as the players leave the field. With, of course, the sun shining gloriously here. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they leave the field for a 20-minute break when the sun is at its height? And the lights remain on, of course. We'll be back in just over 15 minutes' time for the 33-over evening session. and balls to Reed. Go in 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 and balls to Reed. and balls to Reed. In 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 and balls to Reed. bit of Barry White. Welcome back to the Incora County Ground for the evening session of day 2 of the game between Derbyshire and Durham. Durham 142 for 4, trailing by 164. The evening session will be 33 overs long. So the umpire's got it about right. Put my specs on a bit to tell you that Liam Travaskis has yet to get off the mark, and Johnny Bushnell is on 6. And the man who's going to start the evening session with the ball is Nick Potts, who got a wicket in his previous over, dismissing Michael Jones for 87. He's going to be bowling to Liam Travaskis first up. Thank you very much for all the correspondence on various things over the course of the tea interval, some which I would read out and some which I clearly wouldn't. Here is Nick Potts then bowling to the left-handed Travaskis. 3 slips in place, the sun shining brightly, and Travaskis just jabs that into the leg side. Mark Watt comes around to do the fielding. And they pick up a single, and Travaskis is off the mark. 143 for 4. Three slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There must be a long leg, is that? There is. That's your field. As Potts bowls, and it's left alone outside the off stump by Bushnell to go through to the keeper. Slip cordon of Ben Aitchison, Wayne Madsen, and Leas deploy. Potts, who goes, he's got quite a lengthy run, I think it's fair to say. He's on his way in now and bowls, and that one is defended straight back to him by Bushnell. Fields at the end of his follow-through. Like changing the field now, changing personnel as well, because Leas Deploy's gone off to be replaced by Nafi Sheikh, the smallest man in the world. He is tiny. Really good cricketer by all accounts. Haven't seen a lot of him as Potts bowls, and that's driven into the ground and straight back to Potts, who sticks out a left hand and half stops it.
What's happened to Deploy?
He's just gone up these steps. After 2 deliveries or 3 deliveries of the evening session, he's decided he needs to do something. So Nafi Sheikh has come on in his place. Nafi Sheikh, who is modelling very much the kind of sweater that Harry Kane wears. It's essentially almost down to his knees, and the pair of them look like they're wearing netball dresses out there now. Here is Potts once again in a bowls to Bushnell, who pushes this one up towards mid-off. Billy Godman does the fielding. Sun shining brightly, lights still on. There must be a regulation that says once the lights come on, you can't switch them off, which is lunacy. But they've been on since before lunch. In fact, they've been on since before we started, haven't they? All day. Because you can just about look at them in this kind of light. You can see that each one of the light stanchions that I call stanchions, is that what they're called? No, they're not. Oh, that goes past the edge of Bushnell's back, what they call pylons. Each of them has got the 3 rows of lights on top, and there's at least 1 light out on each pylon. It's the end of the first over after tea, just a single from the first delivery taken from it. 143 for 4. 32 overs to go, so a couple of hours from here. So around about 6:30 probably, I would guess. be done and dusted. Due on the radio at about 6:50. So Mark Watt needs to get through a few overs here, and he's going to continue from the racecourse and having bowled 2 overs for 5 earlier on. When I say earlier on, I mean before tea.
Watt then to bowl. Those of you who watched North East Premier League cricket will have seen him playing for Tynemouth a year ago, or 2-3 years ago as well. Left arm spin from the Scottish international cricketer. First ball is played by Travaskis to short mid-wicket to Dahl. Comes in again from the racecourse end. He bowls. Travaskis, who is also a left-arm spinner, defends this one. So how many matches has this Watt played? It's not that many, is it?
It's his third for Derbyshire.
Yeah, he's played 6 first class in all. I think some of those have been for Scotland. His best bowling is actually 3 for 60 for Scotland against Ireland in 2017. Comes in once again, and Travaskis attempts to drive at that one, and the ball just sort of pops out on the leg side and finds Dahl at short mid-wicket. Bright sunshine now. There's a bit of a bank of white fluffy cloud bubbling away to the south of us, but blue skies. I am. I just think I've seen that way those clouds can turn on you when you're least expecting it. It's just gone to mid-wicket. I was, said I was in Menorca a couple of weeks ago and watched a cloud system like that just suddenly get bigger and bigger and darker, and then suddenly wallop. And they do bubble up on an afternoon, lad. Watt bowls. Travaskis defends on a length, meets the ball on the bounce, plays it back to the bowler.
Especially with us being so close to the coast.
Yeah. Thought you were going to say the equator there. In comes the bowler. And a little flick through the leg side. A good diving stop by Dahl. That was runs otherwise from Travaskis. Was that a maiden?
Was.
Yeah. Well, it's got nothing to do with being near the coast, though, you see. It's about climactic conditions.
Is it?
So cold air up high meets hot air coming up from the ground. They mix. Yeah. And these clouds bubble up. And a lot of energy develops in them. That's where you get your thunder and lightning.
Energy. That's what Dino Marbury was talking about when I spoke to him at lunchtime. Energy.
Not your energy.
No. I went straight. He's Tunisian. Dino's been in this country a long time, but we got on, and I thought I better crack on because they're going to come back out and play cricket soon. And then I started, and he said, "Have we started?" I said, "Well, yeah." As Nick Potts begins a new over from the city end, that one's left alone outside the off stump by Bushnell, goes through to Guest. I said, "We haven't got a lot of time." He said, "Oh, right." He said, "What, no foreplay?" I said, "Well, perhaps when I see you, but no, we'll just crack on, shall we?" And off we went.
Well, I wouldn't say it was a long interview, but when you started it, the cyclists were on the first category climb of the day, and by the time you finished, they were coming into Sunderland.
He's a fascinating man, Dino Marbury. In comes Potts again and bowls. That one is defended by Bushnell up towards Harry Kame, who's got the fielding pads on at mid-on. And there's no run because he was basically the way that when the press release came out yesterday that Jimmy Floyd-Hasselbank had left, it basically said that Dino Marbury would be taking charge for the time being. Well, he wasn't having any of that. I'm the manager of this football club, not interim, not caretaker. Don't like those words. I am the manager for however long I'm here, and he is bullish, which is good to hear. Potts is in and bowls. That's a play and a miss outside the off stump from Bushnell. Thought he might have just got a little feather on that one, but no. Taken around about chest high, moving to his right by Guest. So every single club he's taken over has been in the bottom 2 of the division that they were in. He was telling us, I know that's certainly true of a number of the clubs. Didn't realise it was all of them. And his firefighting ability has been seen in the past. He could certainly do with a bit of that at Burton as Potts is in and bowls to Bushnell, who plays it straight back to him. And there's no Fleetwood at home on Saturday, 11:16 a.m. You won't want to miss that. And at Portsmouth next Tuesday, also at home. I think it's Exeter away the week after, which I'm particularly looking forward to.
Fly down from Manchester.
Yeah. Going Friday. Long way though, isn't it? Potts is in again and bowls. That one is off an edge, down to third man, 4 runs. Because the third man area is unsurprisingly vacant. And Bushnell moves into double figures. He's got 10. Durham move up to 147 for 4, trailing by 159. To almost halfway there. Haven't lost half of their wickets yet. Derbyshire were 58 for 4, and then went on to be 201 for 5. So
Duploy has a nosebleed apparently.
Somebody's seen that on the
Scorer's just messaged me.
That was Potts is in again, and that one is pushed up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Kame. End of the over. 4 runs from it, down to third man. 30 to go, 147 for 4. Travaskis on 1. And Bushnell has 10.
Derek says, pick us a 70s album for the lunch break tomorrow, Fletch, Sport and Marty. You pick us an album to play after the day's play for tomorrow's walk, and they'll listen to it. 70s album.
70s. Sorry, I wasn't 100% listening to that.
Pick a 70s album for them to listen to tomorrow on their walk. Well, Led Zeppelin came out in 19... We did a feature on Radio Newcastle last year as Watts bowling here, left arm over the wicket to Travaskis. It's gone around the corner to fine leg, no run. Yeah, it was the albums. So it was last year, January in 2021, the albums that had been released 50 years ago. There was some classics.
Yeah.
There was a Bowie album that was about 50 years old. Led Zeppelin, I think. He's pushed off to short extra cover, no run.
I'd go Volume 4 by Black Sabbath, which was released in 1972. It's a very fine album. The band's 4th, interestingly enough.
Flick off the legs this time from Travaskis, but stopped again by Dahl.
That's been digitally remastered in recent weeks for its anniversary.
The Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust came out 50 years ago.
Yeah, okay.
Exile on Main Street, the Rolling Stones. Honky Chateau, Elton John.
I won't listen to that. No, he was all right in the early 70s, wasn't he?
Travaskis down the wicket, lobs one downfield to wide, mid-on for 1. There was a shot of catch it. I'm not sure in this, like whether that was a bump ball or not, but anyway, it didn't carry. Transformer by Lou Reed was out then. Superfly, Curtis Mayfield. There you are, Superfly, Curtis Mayfield. That's a good listen.
Volume 4 by Black Sabbath. I'll still stick with that.
Yeah, School's Out by Alice Cooper. Roxy Music. Neil Young, Harvest Moon. Harvest by Neil Young, sorry. I think some of these are absolute classic albums of the day, aren't they? Deep Purple, Machine Head.
That's not bad.
Round the wicket comes the bowler, and this is cut by Bushnell off towards the point boundary for 1. The keyboardist from Deep Purple has a house near me.
The keyboardist?
Yeah.
Yeah? Not the one who was on Machine Head, though?
No. I don't know who
well, Don Airey's now.
Don Airey, that's it,
now the keyboard player
so he lives
for
near
Deep
us.
Purple. Yeah, but it was John Lord when they were in their pomp.
Well, Don comes in the Harbour View occasionally when he's up on the Roca Riviera.
Is that the one that's scrap outside?
Yeah.
Not that one? Yeah. Did Don start it?
Don was nowhere near.
No. Okay.
I think that's libelous what you've just
to clarify. I wasn't suggesting Don would start that, but, you know, I just wondered if he had.
End of the over. Right, just quickly to clarify what Dave is pointing to there was a few weeks ago there
When
was
we,
a fight.
when we were up at Durham, wasn't it?
Yeah, I told you about
You
it,
did?
and it went in one ear and out the other. But
No,
then
I
you saw
didn't.
the video
I
about
didn't go
2
in
days
one ear.
later.
I listen to everything you say, Martin,
Yeah.
so I can use it in evidence later.
Yeah. Anyway, I'd put a chicken in the oven. I popped up to the pub, and it was a lovely summer's day. Standing outside having a quick drink, when 2 women started a fight on the main road. Don't know where they came from, and then their partners joined in as well. So there was
Terrific viewing.
there was this mass battle going on. And what on earth is this? And then people started filming it.
Yeah, quite correctly. That's what Twitter's for. Potts bowls to Bushnell. It turned into the leg side. Nappy shake. 12th man does the fielding.
Anyway, it turned up on one of the message boards a couple of days later with people suggesting the pub I was standing outside of had some rather select clientele these days, but they were not in the pub. They hadn't been in the pub.
No, I wasn't suggesting that. I said
No.
outside.
They'd arrived in cars, apparently. And then
Check back on the
as
rot.
as the police were heading towards the scene, they got in their cars and drove off. So I don't know who they were, where they came from, or where they went to, or why they were fighting.
Well, that's the pub that Don Airy goes in.
Yeah,
Just him or other members of Deep Purple?
just him.
That ball from Potts is clipped nicely up towards the mid-wicket boundary. Chased down by Harry Kame in his fielding pads, and they come back for a second. Bushnell moves on to 13, and the 150's up for Durham, 151 for 4.
They have
Yes, it is.
They have a blues night on a Thursday, so he sometimes comes along to that.
He's a relative newcomer. He's probably only been in the band 15 years.
Yeah.
Along with Steve Morse, who's just retired from the band. Here's Potts. 3 slips in place, in and bowls. That one is played off the back foot out into the offside by Bushnell, fielded by Lewis Rees. Ooh, what?
Nick Drake, Pink Moon, 1972. That's a canny listen, that, Derek. The Eagles, 1972.
You keep saying things twice. What's up with you, man?
I don't know. The Slider, T-Rex. Says here, look, Volume 4, Black Sabbath. Have you
That's
mentioned
the
that
one.
one?
That's the one.
That might be a little bit too loud on a coastal walk.
Oh, it'd be perfect for walking along the. You better hear it when the wind's howling. It'd be great. Potts is in and bowls left alone outside the off stump by Bushnell.
Yes, close to the edge. Now, I didn't realise Big Star went back this far. Big Star, one record, 1972. I've got one of their albums.
I've got lots of Yes albums.
Wind of Change, Peter Frampton. Obscured by Clouds, Pink Floyd.
Yeah.
Genesis, Foxtrot. Did you have that or not?
I might have it. Potts bowls. That one is clipped into the leg side. Shake does the fielding. No run.
Chicago. There's quite some well-known albums in 72, isn't there?
Proper.
It's amazing to think these are 50 years old.
No, that is quite scary.
I didn't realise Bonnie Raitt was around in those days as well.
Yeah. It is scary though, isn't it? No, I didn't realise.
Clear Spot, Captain Beefheart.
72 would have been Potts in again and bowls. That one is flashed up and down to third man for 4. Flashed it up in the air and it came down to third man and it's 4 runs. And Bushnell moves on to 17. 155 for 4 at the end of the over. 28 to go. Potts 8 overs, 1 for 35.
Ooh, here's a classic of its time. Lou, Let's Stay Together, Al Green.
Which Quo album was 72 then? The Dog of Two Head was earlier than that. So would it be either On the Level or Quo? The album Quo. I'm going. I might be wrong. Oh. I'll see in a minute.
Watt has got a short leg in place here, a leg slip, first slip. He's pulling left arm over to Travaskis, who is on 2. Durham 155 for 4. Vasquez with a big stride forward to snuff this one out. Ball rolls back towards the bowler's end. Durham trail by 151, so a couple of runs and they've avoided the follow-on, which was something that Mervyn mentioned earlier, which had never ended our heads. This is a little nudge out towards mid-wicket by Vasquez. What bowls? Vasquez plays it back along the ground to the bowler. So other albums turning 50 this year. Paul Simon, Young, Gifted and Black by Rita Franklin. Jackson Brown. This one finds its way to Dahl at short mid-wicket again. The Allman Brothers Band, Eat Peach. Nick Drake, Pink Moon. That's a good album, that one. Nice listen. Jethro Tull, Thick as a Brick. Comes in and bowls. Played to Dahl once more on that leg side. So one slow left arm orthodox spinner bowling to another slow left arm orthodox spinner. He's brought long on up to mid on. Comes in and bowls. It's gone just short of short leg. End of the over. Another maiden. Jethro Tull, I mentioned there, mate of mine, Rory Auskerry. His dad was the manager of the band. Got fed up with the hedonistic lifestyle they were leading and decided to jack it all in and went and bought an island off the Orkney Islands and called Auskerry. Fleetwood Mac, Bare Trees, ZZ Top. Some of these bands have been around a lot longer than I ever appreciated here. Potts from the city end, bowling to Bushnell. Bushnell plays the ball up to mid-off, no run there. David Bowie, the rise and fall of Ziggy Stardust. I was never a fan of his earlier stuff, I have to say. I know that's going to go down really not well with some people.
Never a fan of who?
David Bowie's earlier stuff, my sister loved it all, I couldn't get away with it.
I was never a fan of David Bowie, full stop.
Roxy Music.
No, not a fan of them.
It's the album of the same name.
What's their name?
From Washington's Brian Ferry. Potts comes in to bowl to Bushnell. Played off past point here, and there might be a couple of runs for Bushnell. There will be 2 runs indeed. It's fielded by his dad used to look after the pit ponies, I think, at Washington Pit.
All right. Yeah.
Back in the day. Alice Cooper, School's Out. Did I mention that?
We did, yeah, but that's a good album.
Yeah. I can't find your Status Quo.
No, there might not have been one. I'm sure there was. I'll see if I can find one.
Three slips in place here for Bushnell as Potts bowls. And Bushnell again plays the ball up to mid-off, no run there. Claire Sanderson's wondering if the story about the bat size tweet is a true story. Yes, it is.
The Pile Driver was out in 1972.
By Status Quo?
Yeah. That is a good album. Might be one to listen to if you want to know if a paper playing on it. Don't Waste My Time, Roadhouse Blues.
Julia says Hotel California. You can check out, but you can't leave.
That's absolutely true.
Potts in, bowls. Ball played upfield by Bushnell for 2. being chased by Godalming all the way towards the permanent temporary stand. So the P comes before the T in the alphabet. That's the way to remember it.
Yeah. Martin, you were listening.
Yeah. What about the Greek Orthodox alphabet? Where would it come then?
I don't know what it will be in Greek. Permanent temporary. Somebody will tell us.
Derek says, I've got volume 4 ready, but I think you need at least 2.
Okay. See? Well done, Derek.
Raymond says, what about Highway to Hell, AC/DC?
Well, yes, now you're talking.
Potts in, short one, ooh, and Bushnell tries to rock out the roll of that and ends up nearly sitting down in the process.
One of the media team at Burton Albion recommended an album to me by a band called Dynasty. I think they're Swedish, Dynazty. They've got a new album out and it is really, really good. Derek might be interested in that. I meant to message him actually. So Dynasty, about a brand new album. Only listened to it a couple of times, but it's good if you like that sort of thing.
Potts bowls, and that's steered up to mid-on, one-handed by Bushnell. Dean Thomas says, didn't the Derbyshire player just have too much batting tape on his bat to fit through the gauge?
Yes.
Well, that was still enough for the points,
But that was still enough for the points. But yeah, that was absolutely it. He had a bat that was taped up with that sort of, what's it called?
Hessian tape?
No, it's, oh no. No, it's going to kill me. What are canoes made of?
What, like that plastic stuff?
Yeah, that isn't plastic.
Carbon, not carbon fibre.
No, older than that. The sort of pre-carbon
Fiberglass.
Fiberglass, yeah, they're fiberglass tape, don't they? They wrap round bats to.
All right.
That's the word I was looking for. Mark Watt's going to bowl, thankfully. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 7 so far. There's a short leg, a slip and a leg slip as he bowls to Travaskis, who turns it in between the leg slip and the short slip, the short leg, for a couple of runs, and he moves on to 461 for 4. VA taped his bat up because he liked the bat, obviously. Unfortunately, it meant it wouldn't go through the gauge. 399 from Sports Direct.
Oh, no.
Watt is in again. And bowls flighted. Oh, and that goes through absolutely everything. I'm not sure what it's hit. If it's just
Keeper's foot, maybe?
absolutely remarkable. And they've come back for 2 buys. Yeah, it must have been, but it hasn't spun, surely, unless it spun out of that foot mark. But that was quite a delivery from Mark Watt. They've come back for those 2 buys, moved on to 163 for 4. Watt is in again, getting some turn, just like Travaskis did. Perhaps not as much as Travaskis, as that one is turned around the, guided down at the short third man.
Tom Cruise spotted at Teesside Airport today.
Yeah.
He's been in North Yorkshire quite a bit filming Mission Impossibles.
Yeah, North Derbyshire as well. Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Travaskis, no run.
Was that where the scene where the train went off the cliff into the quarry? Yeah. Well, I think part of those train scenes were filmed on the North Yorkshire Moors Railway.
So.
It's clever how they knit these things together, isn't it?
Yeah.
Harrison Ford was in Northumberland last year making a film.
This one is clipped up towards long on. It's fielded by Lewis Rees, but Travaskis will pick up a single for that. Moves on to 5. 164 for 4. They can do anything these days, can't they? Knit films together.
Yeah.
Pearl one.
Have you seen 1917, the film?
No.
That's clever, the way they knit all that together. Because he's trying to get across this battle zone in the First World War.
Don't spoil it for me.
Get a message to cross to another unit.
Watt is in to complete his own. It's clipped up towards long on. Rees does the fielding. No addition to the score. 164 for 4.
Anyway, there's this one bit where he's been chased down the side of a river by some German soldiers and they're firing at him, and he leaps off a bridge. And as he's leaping through the air, in the background is High Force Waterfall in Teesdale. then he hits the water, and he's battling to try and keep his head above water, and all of that bit is filmed in Tees Barrage, the water course thing, the, what do you call it, canoe slalom thing. And then the way they knit it all together and put the CGI in, it looks like it's all happened in the wilds of the countryside. It's very clever.
Never believe what you see in a film. Here's Ben Aitchison coming back.
Returning to goal.
Sun's in my eyes now.
86.
Yeah, should have brought your cap.
Oh, yeah, I've got one, so it's next door.
No good there.
It's my energy cap.
So it's not a real cap then? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Travaskis is standing back, raised, ready for Aitchison to start his first over of his new spell. And the first ball from the city end is played back in that direction to mid-off. No run there. Well, it looks like the weather's been manky in most places today. I've just had a text off my wife to say they got absolutely soaked at the Tour of Britain. They've got back home and the sun's out and it's red hot. Only about a mile from the finish line. Aitchison in. This one goes to short mid-wicket, no run. 164 for 4. Cricket here on the BBC. Aitchison in, right arm over. Travaskis pushes the ball to the mid-off coverish area. He faced an absolute load of balls deliveries, didn't he, for the draw in Durham a few weeks back? Something like 114 deliveries for 19 not out.
Very irritating.
Aitchison in, oh, and playing a miss this time from Travaskis, trying to go after the bowler.
Pick of the bowlers as well. Aitchison is 16th over, 2 for 24. Just sent the square leg out.
58th over here. Durham are now trailing by 142. And 164 for 4. Bowler comes in, that's gone down the leg side, taken one-handed by Brutgast, the keeper diving to his right. Every time I click on the video of the live feed, it goes back to the start of the day's play. And
Yeah,
got the
covers on.
got the roller on.
First world problem.
This has gone down towards fine leg for 1 run. That is the end of the over. 165 for 4.
Mikey Cohen has come on with a drink for Nick Potts, potentially. I think it is. No, there's deploy. It looks nothing like Nick Potts. No, it is Nick Potts. That's why I look like him. All's well that ends well. Mark Watt, with 24 overs remaining in the day, is going to continue from the racecourse end here at the county ground. He's got the leg slip and the short leg as well as the slip. And strikes the pad, but there's an inside edge. Travaskis saved by an inside edge.
Went back a long way into his crease as well.
Yeah. But he wouldn't have been nervous because he'll have known he hit it. He might come further forward to the next delivery. Let's have a look. No. hits it straight back to Mark Watt, who sticks out a left arm and claims the ball. Watt bowls. Vasquez clips it into the leg side, and Dahl fields on this occasion. Anybody who doesn't believe the tweet, David Griffin has got a photograph now on Twitter about with a bat. It's only a bat though, it hasn't got the...
It's only a picture of the bat.
Well, it's a picture of one of the umpires with the match referee and the bat, but it hasn't got the gauge round it.
Well, I was watching the gauge through my binoculars, and it only went up about
you
the
could see
bottom
with
quarter of the back.
the
As soon as
naked
it got
eye
to
that
the
it
hump
hadn't-
on the back, it didn't go over it.
Hadn't gone anywhere near through.
It's a good drying day now, this, isn't it?
Yeah. Get your smalls out.
Once you've pumped your house out.
The mid-on has just gone slightly closer, not enormously closer. And what he's in and bowls, and that one is when he jams his bat down on Travascus, he's going to pick up a single down towards short third man as Potts goes around to do the fielding. 166 for 4. Travascus on to 7. At some point, there we go. Oh, it's the right-handed Bushnell. He's got 21 of 68. Watts bowls to him, and he drives it very pleasantly out towards the cover boundary, where it's fielded by Sam Connors. Bushnell moves to 22, 167 for 4. Durham trailing by 139. Mark Watt in his 7th over conceded just 12 runs so far. This is the final ball of his 7th over. The long on has gone deep. Mid on has gone to long on. That one's turned into the leg side, and Kane moves to his left to do the fielding. End of the over. What, 7 overs for 12. Durham 167 for 2 with 7 to Travascus, 22 to Bushnell. They trail by 139 runs with 23 overs left today.
Well, Nick Maddinson, who is at the centre of the bat saga, is walking around the outfield now with Marcus North, Durham's director of cricket. Perth is the connection there in Australia between the two.
Good to see Hayden Kerr's name on the big scoreboard. He hasn't been here for months. And the sponsors at the bottom. Good while he was here, but didn't last long.
Aitchison to Bushnell. That stayed a bit low on him, but he got down on top of it. Kept it away from the stumps. Was he here for the T20?
Yeah.
And what was it was an injury?
Yeah.
And he went back to
I can't remember what
Australia?
he did, but yeah, he picked up an injury in the T20. Played some first-class cricket as well.
I think the day Durham came, he'd already gone back, I think.
Had Hilton Cartwright that day, I think.
That's right, yeah. Ball played out through mid-wicket. 1 run.
Yeah, not Sean Masood aside, they haven't had a huge amount of luck with their overseas players. Hilton Cartwright came and then disappeared off to that August competition. I think that's why...
August competition.
No, August. That's why they were able to get hold of him at short notice. He replaced Hayden Kerr, who picked up an injury, and before that, Saranga Lakmal's elbow fell apart. So, Mark Watt, of course, doesn't count as an overseas associate member.
Aitchison bowls to Travascus, who leaves this one. Is that because the fourth's not classed as a C?
Yeah, I think so. Yes. Becoming full members was quite damaging to Ireland in the end, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, and it's robbed a lot of their players of first-class cricket and county cricket, hasn't it?
Yeah. It's a real shame.
The last time Durham played Scotland in a one-day was in 2013. Aitchison comes in and bowls, and that's played up to min or no run there. And that was the year that Scotland were coming out of the One-Day Cup format, and they'd been in it for 10 years. And I remember saying to their coach at the time, "Why are you pulling out?" And he said, "We just haven't made any progress. It's been quite damaging." I think that year, the only point they picked up was a rained-off game here, I think. And most years they were lucky if they won a game. Ball goes through to the keeper this time. I don't know if it would be a bit different for them now. They do play more international cricket now, don't
Well,
they?
they play a lot of international cricket, yeah.
So they might be better now, but...
Well, they're clearly better. They got to the Super 8s in the T20 World Cup, didn't they?
What, in Dubai?
Yeah, yeah. And that pre-qualified them for the next T20 World Cup in November or whenever it is in Australia.
Travaskis waits as Aitchison comes in a ball, and he's cut that beautifully past point for 4. That's a really nice shot. Fired it away, hard up towards the pavilion steps.
Poor ball. Short and wide. Got what it deserved.
Aye. Well, the new Prime Minister's meant to be making a speech in Downing Street at the moment, but it's hoying it down. So all the reporters are in the rain, and I think they've taken the lectern back indoors.
It would expand in the rain, wouldn't it, if it's made of wood?
Yeah, it wouldn't fit through the gauge then, would it?
No, the lectern gauge.
Yeah, there's the buzzard, look, right above the players. Wonder if it's just a youngster, that one.
Noisy.
Yeah.
Nobody's even looking at it out there in the field. Obviously Wayne Madsen is looking at it now. He's at slip. That's what comes in the bowls to Bushnell. Defends that up to Lewis Rees, the mid-on. Les Deploy's had a look as well. In comes Watt. Bowls to Bushnell, who drives it up to Lewis Rees. And there's no run. There's the 3 of them playing at the moment. Which is fine. Watt in again. Ball pushed up to, Lewis Rees. And this time they go through for a single because it's just to the right of Rees and he is left-handed. They knew that. And as a result, they couldn't get through for a quick single.
Nearly 5 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
It's a crack. How many overs to go? 21. 21 and a half. I better go next door, just in case. You never know.
You never know, do you? You just never. It's a big appeal for leg before wicket from this next delivery. Not out, says umpire Cook. Just starting the news build on Radio Derby. Next delivery from Watt is turned into the leg side by Travaskis. And comes Watt again, bowls, and that one is pushed into the ground. That was the last ball of the over as well, so 21 to go. More emergency services action towards the Pentagon Island. They'll have a couple of 21 overs to go, so they could have 2 overs with a new ball tonight, assuming that the weather holds. Ben Aitchison, who's bowled 17 overs, 2 for 30, 5 maidens, is going to continue from the City end. He's on his way in now and bowls. That one is driven very pleasantly by Bushnell out towards the extra cover boundary. Billy Goldman gives chase, loses his cap. They're going to come back for a third as well, and they do get back for 3. Bushnell moves on to 27, 176 for 4. Durham trailing by 130. Don't know if Peter Hewis, the Reverend Peter Hewis, is listening, but I've just received your letter today, sent to the club. Thank you for that, fellow Horwich man. So, got a copy of Cliff Gladwin. I didn't realise that Cliff Gladwin had played for Horwich, so that is something new on me. Breezy as the over continues from Aitchison as Travaskis pushes it up to mid-off and there's no run. So thank you for that. I'll have a read of the entire booklet a little bit later on. Reverend Hewis, thank you very much indeed, Peter. Final ball of the over. Yeah, we're in the evening session. In fact, 20 overs to go now. Oh, here. What happened there? No idea. So that didn't work. But I don't know why. Anyway, next delivery is a short one. It's ducked underneath by Travaskis, goes through to the keeper. Next delivery. Well, now then it's clubbed away down one bounce to the long leg boundary for 4. It was a 4. It signalled 4 as well. No idea. Anyway, 180 for 4 now. Here comes Aitchison in again to complete his 18th over. That's a play and a miss from Travaskis. Goes through to the keeper, Brooke Guest. Now had 62 overs and there are 20 to go today. And we're going to have a drinks break, for goodness sake. What's going on here? The batsmen are going to towel themselves down and take the opportunity to have a little bit of a breather before the final 20 overs. Which will give me the opportunity to tell you that elsewhere in the wilderness of the second division, Nottinghamshire are 376 for 6 and lead at Leicestershire by 484. They've probably got enough. And Glamorgan is 78 for 1 in their first innings, trailing Worcestershire by 376. Hampshire declared on 400 for 9 in the first division against Northamptonshire, who was 67 without loss. Essex 573 all out. Kent in reply 66 for 3. Somerset 157 for 6, trailing Gloucestershire by 186 at Taunton. And Yorkshire 120 for 4. They're 156 behind Lancashire at Old Trafford.
Not won yet.
No, but they will. Mark Watt begins a new over. That one's pushed up to Lewis Rees at mid-on. Silly mid-off in place. Slip. Shortish mid-wicket. Extra cover. Around the wicket goes the left armour. Watley fires that one in, and it's cut away out towards the point boundary where it's fielded by Nick Potts, and the single is taken. Bushnell moves on to 28, 181 for 4.
As a journalist, Dave, did you do
What, me?
Yeah, did you do the NCTJ course?
No. I have no formal journalistic qualifications.
Do you not?
They're very overrated.
Did you go to the University of Life?
No, I went to the University of Liverpool. 181 for 4. What is in and bowls? That's turned into the leg side by Travaskis. Not fielded cleanly by Harry Kame. No, never took it. Never took it. See the point, really.
Point of what?
Taking it. What's in and bowls. That one is an attempted sweep, and it hits Harry Kame, and then bounces back, and then hits the batsman, and bounces back towards Harry Kame. Good effort.
You didn't take the journalism exam?
No, I didn't do the course.
Right.
What? Over the wicket, bowls to Travaskis, who turns this into the leg side, fielded by Dahl.
Having come through a newspaper background before I got into broadcasting, I think...
You got into broadcasting?
Yeah, I think there's a stricter regime in newspapers.
Well, I worked on newspapers till I was 50.
Yeah. Because, you know, the newspaper I worked at, the Shields Gazette, applied for the job and had to pass your NCTJ tests, so the National Council for the Training of Journalists, passed your exams, and then you did 2 years of indentured training with the newspaper.
What bowls defended into the leg side by Travaskis. Dahl fields.
And then after the 2 years, you were put in for your senior exams. And if you passed your senior exams, you became classed as a senior reporter and you went on to a better wage. If you didn't, you were re-entered for the exam 6 months later. And some newspaper groups had a policy where if you failed that senior exam twice, you were out the door, which happened to one of my mates who I'd gone to Darlington with, who was a very good reporter, really good reporter, but just didn't pass the exam. And then you see some other people over the years who coasted through the exam who weren't particularly very good in the newsroom, as is life.
No, I did my degree and that was it.
What was the degree in?
Political theory and institutions.
Aitchison from the city end to Bushnell. Quick single up towards mid-on. Good running. Institutions like the RAC and stuff like that, and the AA. Oh.
Very much.
Yeah. So what was, that would have been quite a lively course at Liverpool back in the day, wasn't
No idea. No idea.
You weren't there. You can't remember it.
Some of them were on a Monday morning, the lectures.
Oh, well.
And some were on a Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
No chance.
The one thing that baffles me now is having done the journalism course that I did, so you started in the September and finished the following May, you know, seems to be the way into the business now is a 3-year degree course.
Well.
Aitchison to Travaskis, that's gone down the leg side. So rather than just learning the core issues of journalism and law and that kind of thing, it's all kinds of multimedia, there's bits of this, bits of that, but it goes on for 3 years. A few years ago, there's a kid came on work experience to us, and he'd been at college for a year. I remember asking him to write a script, and he really didn't know what to do. It was only a short filler piece for a sports bulletin. And I said, well, what have you been learning in college? And he said, not this. We don't do that till next year. I said, what?
Yeah.
This is defended by Travaskis. And I said, well, how many hours, what are you doing at college this first year? And he said, well, I'm not there that much. I go in for the odd lecture. He said, but I've got a full-time job working in a bar in Leeds. And he said, it's come to the point where the bar manager's now complaining that sometimes I can't do me all hours because I've got to go to college. That's the whole point of you being in Leeds, to be at college. Aitchison bowls. It's left by Travaskis.
Out to one, not Fred Titmus on Twitter. That is libelous.
What is?
You worked on newspapers or with newspapers. # fish and chips. Pretty sure that's libelous. Come on, Freddie, better than that.
I've met him.
Aye, so have I, several times.
Aitchison round the wicket. This has gone off towards short leg for a single from an inside edge from Travaskis. I remember we used to have 3 editions a day. And the infamous story of Black Wednesday when the paper didn't get out. Oh, leading edge doesn't quite carry to mid-on. Bushnell with a little bit of fortune there. It was in the air for a moment or two. Yeah, thankfully on this occasion I was on holiday abroad and had nothing to do with it. But a couple of the staff had worked the weekend previously and they were about to have Wednesday and Thursday off midweek or whatever. So a few of them went to the pub for a couple of quick beers at the close of the day's business one day. And it ended up being a lock-in, including a kid who was on work experience from school. he was one of the only people who turned up in the office the next day. So I think the first edition didn't get out, the second edition didn't get out, and the final edition was well late. So that didn't go down well.
Blamed it on a mechanical failure. Mike Watt's going to continue. 7 overs.
That would have been about 30 years ago.
9. We used to have loads of editions. Halifax. Watt's in and bowls. That one is swept, and swept well for 4 runs. Out towards the mid-wicket boundary by Travaskis. He moves on to 20, 187 for 4.
I think the first edition used to be in the marketplace in South Shields mid-morning.
Yeah.
And off to a few news agents, and then the final edition was probably 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe.
Yeah, we used to have cricket reports and football and racing results in it. This next one is clipped into the leg side, half stopped by Leicester ploy, but this will go through for a single. Travaskis moves to 21, 188 for 4.
Do many papers print any horse racing results these days? Is there any need for that when you've got all
No,
the
I don't
online
think so.
betting?
I don't think so. They barely put, a lot of papers barely put horse racing cards in anymore.
There used to be a big seller, the horse racing cards back in the day. Darts roundup on a Thursday.
Oh, we were junior sport Thursday.
Of course, darts isn't a sport,
No,
just a pub game.
it has rules rather than laws. 188 for 4. Watt over the wicket to the right-hander, Bushnell, who comes forward and pushes it into the leg side and deploy Fields. Yeah, I'm trying to find a story about Halifax Town. 6 nights a week was a test. Used to enjoy a Tuesday night match. Here comes Watt again, bowls. That one is a full toss that's bunted into the onside by Bushnell. Watt polishing the ball furiously. And again, and bowls, and that one is defended straight back to him by Bushnell. He's not getting a lot of movement off the surface here, Mark Watt, or it doesn't appear to be from where we're sitting. You can see the ball turning for Travaskis. He's going to go around the wicket now to Bushnell, and as a result, the man at short, fine leg goes into backward point. And Watt is in again. It's got a short leg, and that one loops into the air off something. There's a big puff of dust as it does so. And it dribbles out into the onside end of the over. 188 for 4:17 to go. So around about an hour's worth if Watt keeps bowling.
Actually got the 50 partnership up in that, haven't
I missed that.
they? Yeah, did as well.
It's sort of drifting at the moment, and
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
absolutely drifting. And,
Drifting.
Somebody needs to do something.
104 balls, I think it was.
$103.
103, was it?
63 minutes.
Aitchison from the City end, round the wicket. The ball to Travaskis. Travaskis edges and is put down. It bounces out of third slip's hands. There's a deploy. And then ricochets off Madsen at second slip. Travaskis dropped on 21.
The kind of drop that you see when things drift.
Mm.
Concentration just lapses a little bit.
Bowler comes in again. Right arm round. Oh, inside edge. Lots of dust coming up off the crease there as that goes off behind square leg for 1.
Got to take their chances. Haven't so far.
Bushnell forward to this one. Just push the ball up to mid-on.
Nottingham should have declared on 390 for 7. They've set Leicestershire 499 to win with 2 days and 13 overs, so eminently possible. Apart from the fact that they were bowled out in their first innings for less than 100. 93 to be exact.
Aitchison to Bushnell. The ball played back to the bowler.
Morgan lost a wicket, 79 for 1. Trailing Worcestershire by 375.
When I type in at Derbyshire,
Dear.
instead of it coming up with Derbyshire CCC as the first option, it offers me Victoria Derbyshire, then Derbyshire Police, Derbyshire Live and Derbyshire County Council.
It tells you who you tweet to a lot then, doesn't it?
I don't tweet with any of them.
You and Victoria Derbyshire always conversing on Twitter. You BBC types.
That is defended by Bushnell out into the cover area. I hadn't realised using TweetDeck the other day, I was updating scores in a one-day game. And for some reason, as I typed in at Durham, rather than just defaulting to Durham Cricket, it started to default to Durham Police. So Durham Police were having a poor day in the middle, rather than Durham. Aitchison bowls. I don't know where that's gone. It's too bright. It's gone out through the covers for 4. The only clue of where that gone was a bit of dust flew up as it went across the square. That's gone for 4 runs though.
That and the ball going across the grass.
I couldn't see it.
It's because you've got them dark glasses on.
I'm blinded. That's why you're sitting around the corner.
Always sit here.
Yeah.
Always sit here. Sat here for 50 years.
Yeah. Even before it was built.
Mikey Cohen's on with a drink for somebody.
You would never have had the pleasure of doing a commentary in the box above the canteen in the corner. That was fun.
Sam Connors is coming back. 9 overs for 36. Mark Watts, 10 overs have cost him just 19. But interested to see who Derbyshire kick out of the changing room tonight. Wicket takers Dahl and Potts with 1 each, and Aitchison with 2 for 44 from his 20 overs. Connors with a catch to go with that. Potts with a catch. I'll leave that to a higher authority.
I've got to do an update at 5:30, just remember.
So by 5:35.
Yeah, mine will be about 5:34.
Here's Connors, 2 slips in place, in and balls edged along the ground by Travaskis, and hits Wayne Madsen somewhere, and he's hurt himself. Looks to be in a bit of pain as well there at second slip. Sure, the physio will be interested in that. He's shaking out his hand at the moment. He's gone for a... He's coming out of the slips, and Mark Watt is going in. So Wayne Madsen will just go down to third man for a few moments as the pain hopefully subsides.
Well, the buzzard swoops down to attack him.
Wounded. Nafi Sheikh is ready to come on, should he be required. Very eager. So Watts, it's a first slip. This one is edged down, of course, to Wayne Madsen, who didn't really want to see the ball at this moment in time. He does the fielding, and Travaskis moves on to 23, 194 for 4 now, Durham. I think it's his left hand. The way he's shaking it out. Yeah. So at least he could pick that one up with his right and throw it in. Always happens.
As Taylor Swift says, he just needs to shake it off. I think it was her.
No idea what you're talking about. There's Connors again, bowling to Bushnell. Bushnell drives it out square on the offside. It's Potts giving chase. It's going out towards the point boundary. Puts in the slide. Keeps them down to a couple. There's Julian, the physio, jogging his way around. More than a jog. To go and check on Wayne Madsen down at third man. Not third man anymore, he's at long leg. He's a right-hander. I think the third man is Harry Kame. In front of the members' pavilion. Connors is in again. Bowls to Bushnell, who defends this one straight back to the Derbyshire bowler. Stops it with his foot, bounces up into his hand, and he throws it too. Lewis Rees to do a bit of polishing. The ball is in its 67th over, though, so it'll take more than a bit of polish. Wayne Madsen shows the physio his left hand. The physio goes, yeah, that looks nasty. Here comes Connors, in and balls. That's driven, but straight to Billy Godalming, who puts a tumbling stop in. To prevent a run from being scored. 196 for 4, the deficit 110. And after this delivery, there will be 15 overs left in the day's play, which will now stretch to around about 6:45, I would have thought. I'd be surprised if it didn't. Connors in and bowls. That's caught behind. He played a tentative push at that one, Bushnell. I thought he'd missed it, but Connors has got his wicket. His first of the innings, and it's Durham 5 down now as Bushnell goes for 35. They're 196 for 5.
Yeah, just a little push at the ball, wasn't it, really? I think he was in two minds there. Out for 35 on his 21st birthday.
Didn't hear a noise at all. 92 balls he was out there for. Good effort from him. 91 balls. And he hit 4 fours. Did Johnny Bushnell.
Johnny Bushnell.
That's him.
By a good guest of the bowling of Sam Connors for 35.
When did the last wicket fall?
138.
Yeah, what there's, I'm just looking at the overs.
All right.
47.1.
The new batter for Durham, Paul Coghlan.
Mrs. Coggins is on. 58 Bushnell and Travaskis added. Second wicket of the innings, or second catch rather of the innings for Brooke Guest. and Derbyshire were their 5th wicket fell for 201, so not a huge amount between the sides in terms of runs and wickets. The physio has made sure that Wayne Madsen's okay, and he's back in at slip. A new over from Ben Aitchison is going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Travaskis. That desultory round of applause was for Sam Connors. The first delivery from Aitchison is outside the off-stump and left alone by Travaskis to go through to Guest. You'd think the spectators would sort of get together, wouldn't you? Long way apart.
Look at that one. Jonathan Bushnell and his cricket info page, age 21 exactly. No
Exactly,
days.
no
nothing.
days, no. Next delivery is striking the pad, but inside edge. Travaskis trying to turn it into the leg side. Hassan Adnan's now down on his haunches. He's back up again. Perhaps he was just... In comes Aitchison again. That one is turned back towards him by Travaskis. Fielded by Harry Kane. Umpire Nick Cook is deep in conversation with a group of Durham players, staff, as they wander around the boundary's edge. Aitchison is on his way in again. 3 slips crouched down. That one is left alone by Travaskis to go through to Guest.
It's the physio, the fitness man, the coach and the assistant coach.
Can't have too many backroom staff, I say. Assistant fitness coach.
The main fitness coach, James.
Hard work keeping these players fit as Aitchison is in and bowls. That one is driven out into the onside and it goes past Harry Kane, so he has to turn and chase after it. Travaskis will pick up a couple of runs and move on to 25. 198 for 2. They trail by 108.
Right, I better pop next door, young'un.
Yeah. Absolutely. Who's he moving? He's moving Sam Connors. Ben Aitchison at long leg, just a little bit squarer, and he's in now on bowls. That one is guided out into the offside. When it's fielded by Anuj Dal, who then gives it to Nick Potts. And there's no run. Be an update on that. Oh, I'm first in the sports news, thank you. It was the end of the over, incidentally. I am here, Peter, just in case you're worried. You shouldn't be. Well, I say you shouldn't be. That's not to say I'll be able to tell you anything particularly interesting. Wayne Madsen just shakes Ben Aitchison's hand at slip. Madsen at second slip, Aitchison at first. And Paul Coghlan will be on strike for the first time as Sam Connors 1 for 39 from his 10 overs. Now we're seeing fielders moving all over the place here. I think Lewis Deploy's gone in at third slip. Nick Potts has come round to mid-wicket and Harry Kane has gone into the covers. In comes Connors again. Bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside. Harry Kane ran past that one. No one's no run because behind him was Anuj Dal. There's Connors again. In and bowls. That one is Pushed out into the offside by Coghlan, fielded by Kame. So far, so good for Leicestershire, who haven't lost a wicket. They're 2 without loss in the third, chasing 499 to win. And it's raining in Cardiff, Michael Morgan, on 79 for 1, trailing Worcestershire by 375. 198 for 5 here, Durham, as Connors is in and bowls, and that is driven, but nicely, no, not nicely stopped. I thought he had stopped it, Harry Kane, but he hasn't. It's driven away by Coghlan for 4, and the Durham 200 is up. 202 for 5. They trail by 104. Martin said he'd better go, and he's not there. So goodness knows where he's gone. But he has. In comes Connors again, bowling to Coghlan, and Coghlan pushes it forward off the back foot up towards Billy Godolphin, who picks up and has a shy at the stumps. Misses. 203 for 5, Coghlan on to 5. We've avoided the worst of the showers. Ooh, muggy. It was muggy last night, I thought. And goes Connors again, and that one is turned into the leg side by Travaskis. There is no run. Deliveries left alone outside the off stump. Here we go with the update. It is, yes. Nick Maddinson, his bat didn't go through the bat gauge. Hassan Adnan, one of the umpires, former Derbyshire player, asked him to put the bat through the bat gauge, and it was too big. Didn't go through it. Now, a couple of weeks ago, Matty McKiernan had the same problem, and Derbyshire lost the 2 points, which is what you get for a win in the Royal London Cup. Well, if he's found guilty of having a bat that's too big, and they will check it at the close of play to make sure that it still doesn't go through the gauge and then send it off to Lords. If that is the case, they could lose 16 points from the county championship table, Durham, which would be very costly indeed. I don't think they're in the running for promotion. Derbyshire, of course, need to win this game and the next 2 to stand a chance of finishing in the top 2, and at the moment they're just struggling to get these Durham wickets. They've moved on to 203 for 5 now. There has been a wicket since tea. Johnny Bushnell caught by Brooke Guest off the bowling of Sam Connors for 35. We had a late start because of rain and bad light, and by lunch Durham were well in control of their innings, 79 without loss. 4 wickets fell in the afternoon, 2 to Ben Aitchison, 1 to Anuj Dal, and 1 to Nick Potts, who dismissed Michael Jones for 87, which is the highest score in the game so far. The ball is up in the air now, half a chance, no. It's dropped just beyond the chase of Lewis Rees, and they come back for 2 more. Durham 205 for 5 now. Coghlan has 7, Travaskis has 25, and they trail by 101. That one was in the air for a long time, but it was always beyond, sadly, the chasing man. And in comes this next delivery from Aitchison. Coghlan has a wild swing at that one. And it goes through to the wicket keeper. Next delivery then from Ben Aitchison. He's in and bowls to Coghlan, who goes back into his crease and pushes it out into the offside, and comes Lewis Rees to do the fielding. is a no run. $205 for 5 it remains. The deficit almost down to double figures. 101. As Aitchison bowls, and it's guided into the offside by Coghlan, fielded by Dahl. Once again, there's no run. Battle light at Old Trafford, where Yorkshire 130 for 4, trailing Lancashire by 146. All these games available on the BBC Sport website and app, of course. Somerset 172 for 7, trailing Gloucestershire by 171. Kent 74 for 4, trailing Essex by 499 as Aitchison is in and bowls to Coghlan, who gets a full-length delivery. Just about jams the bat down on it, and it's a good piece of fielding off his own bowling by Ben Aitchison, moving down to his left. Final ball of the 70th over, so 12 to go today. Aitchison 22 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 48. It's bad light at Southampton as well, where Northamptonshire is 77 for 1, trailing Hampshire by 323.
Too far south.
Much too far south.
Yeah. Now our sports bulletin just earlier on about Northern Ireland women losing to Scotland today in a World Cup qualifier.
Will be a World Cup qualifier.
3-1, and all the goals were own goals.
Wow.
Which sounds daft, but I did actually commentate on a Sunderland game against Charlton around about 2003, where Sunderland lost, I think, 4-1, and the first 3 goals were all own goals. In comes the bowler, and that's an edge, and a hot potato at the third grasp. It is eventually caught. It hits, was it Madsen, I think, to start with, in the slips. Bounces out of one hand, bounces out the other, loops in the air, and eventually the keeper takes the catch. That is the end of Travaskis for 25. Durham are 205 for 6, caught behind, and they are 101 behind.
Yeah, it was a simple catch in the end for Brooke Guest, but Wayne Madsen had 2 goes at it, so I've been pleased to have seen it eventually end up in the wicketkeeper's gloves. That 101 deficit could be important come the final reckoning. They want to bat for another, well, they want to bat for the rest of the day, another 11 overs and 5 balls to go.
Just 9 added there.
Connor's 2 for 44 now. His figure's looking far better.
So Travaskis was dropped in the slips, wasn't he, when he was on 21, so he was eventually out for 25. That was hours ago.
By Duploy yesterday, wasn't it? I think. Yesterday morning. Ben Rain, Tom McIntosh, Oliver Gibson and Chris Rushworth, the remaining batsmen. So Connors will have been cheered by that. 2 for 42, as I say. Takes his wicket tally this season up to 39 in the county championship.
Was Madsen first slip there?
Second. Yeah, Ben Aitchison first slip. Just waiting for this to update, but his average will just come down a touch, which will please him no end. It's 38 wickets had come at 39. Just waiting for the 39th to register with this website, which it will shortly. There it is, 39 wickets at 38.6. By some distance, the leading wicket taker. 28 for Dahl, 14 to Ben Aitchison now at 28. Alex Thompson, not playing in this match, has got 20. Saranga Lakmal got 15 in 5 games before injury struck. Madsen, who had moved temporarily out of the slips after the ball struck him on his left hand. Billy Godwin deep in conversation with Sam Connors now.
New batsman's Ben Rain. Connors then coming in, right arm around the wicket to the left-hander. That's driven out into the covers, no run.
Derbyshire will try and string these 11 overs and 4 balls out as long as they can. It should really finish about 20 past, but it won't. Unless they get them all out, of course, then we'll lose 2 overs as well. In a similar position to last night. With Durham with 100 fewer runs.
And maybe fewer points as well. That's left alone by a rain.
Well, yes, that was the question I was asked at the top of the sports news. Drama involving a Durham batsman's bat. If I'd had my wits about me, I said, I've no idea what you're talking about. Carried on. You're going to go through the whole bat gauge malarkey. And mention poor old Matty McKiernan again.
Yeah. Connor's in. Full length delivery. It pitches just wide of off stump and goes through to the keeper. Oh, Frank Watson's got me hungry, but you wouldn't like this picture at all.
He's doing a barbecue, is he?
He's not, no. He's about to roast lots of fresh vegetables from his allotment, tomatoes and all kinds of gear there. But you'd hate that.
Sorry, I wasn't concentrating.
Yeah.
What is that?
Tomatoes, another veg, and he's going to roast.
Why?
That's a wide, surely. Hasn't that gone off the side of the track?
No.
No?
That
looks nice.
Why would you roast a tomato?
Well, his allotment, his allotment runneth plenty.
I know he's got an allotment, but...
Frank is the Worcestershire commentator.
I've got a supermarket down the road.
Have you?
Don't need to grow anything.
Yeah.
Walk in.
It's like these fishermen I see climbing over the fence on the pier in the middle of a violent storm in January.
Yeah, why?
There's Connor's bowls. It's left alone. I'm thinking Morrison's is just down the road.
They've got a good fish counter there, haven't they? Yeah.
And the over then. So a wicket and Durham at 205 for 6.
Wicket maiden.
Yeah.
12 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 44. Sam Connors. Yeah, I'll start putting pictures of my tea on social media. That'll thrill everybody as well.
Yeah, but I know everybody will just think it's the same photograph from the night before.
I could.
Because it's just kebab after kebab, isn't it?
No, I didn't have one last night.
You didn't?
No.
Was the shop shut?
No, I had a pizza last night.
Did you? With kebab meat on it?
No.
I was in Whippy with my mates on a cycle ride about 4 or 5 years ago. They had a pizza with kebab meat on it.
Yeah,
I've never seen the thing before.
Marvellous.
In fact, I remember coming here the next day for a floodlit daylight, and which didn't even make the night time.
Jason begins a new over, bowled down the leg side to Coghlan. Can't get anything on it. It's taken by Guest. Yeah, I wouldn't object to a pizza with
Kebab meat on it.
With kebab meat on it, no.
Would you then have like garlic sauce on the kebab meat on the pizza?
No, I don't. I don't put garlic sauce on kebab meat. This next delivery is defended out to the outside. I'm not stupid.
Is that too extravagant for you?
It's a bit plain.
That's probably the only healthy thing that you would ever eat would be garlic sauce.
Why is that healthy?
Because the garlic's good for your heart and your blood.
It's on a wives' tale.
It's true.
No, it's true that it's an old wives' tale. You might think you're healthy, but it's just because people don't get close enough to you to see if you're ill. That one is pushed out into the offside by Paul Coghlan. The crowd's thinned out. Well, that many here to start with. In the shade of the permanent temporary stand now. That can't be much fun. Next delivery from Aitchison. It's turned into the leg side by Coghlan. They're going to go through for a single. It's a shy at the stumps that hits from Nafi Sheikh. Excellent work from the young man. But the batsman had got home, Ben Rain. Single is taken. That was superb from the youngster. Yet to make his first team debut. Competitively, certainly, may have played in one of those tour games from memory. It would be a vague memory, though. Apologies to Nafis and his family. Possibly played in a friendly. Certainly hasn't played competitively senior cricket yet. comes Aitchison again. In and bowls a full-length delivery, a slower ball as well to Rain, who digs it out and pushes it out into the offside.
As a seasoned traveller like you are now, you will have sampled kebabs in varying towns around the county circuit.
Yeah.
Where's your favourite?
Chelmsford was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good. This next one's a full toss that thuds into Rain's pad, possibly outside the line. An appeal from the slip cordon, but not from the bowler. 1 run from the over. 10 to go, 206 for 6. Durham trailing by exactly 100.
Yeah, we stayed in the county hotel there beginning of last season. And there were a few sort of takeaway places just along the road from there towards the train station.
By the arch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the first week where they allowed pubs to open as long as you sat outside.
Right.
And I sat there on the Friday night, absolutely freezing. I had a body warmer on, a coat, a hat, gloves. I was shivering, and I just thought, this is not even fun.
Oh.
I thought of a proper pint of lager from a,
You drank lager on a cold night outside.
Well, yeah.
What are you doing?
I don't know. Here's Connors bowling to Coghlan. That's played to the covers, no run there. Anyway, I was sitting there, and that thought actually entered my numbed head. What are you doing?
Well, yeah.
So I went back home to the hotel, and the radiator was on in the room, and I sat on the radiator basically to try and thaw out. And when my wife rang, I could hardly speak, and she said, "How many have you had?" And I said, "I've only had one." "You can hardly speak." I said, "I can't move my jaw. Frozen solid."
Still a blessing, though, I'd have thought.
Yeah,
Just a
she was
short
over the moon.
conversation.
She was over the moon.
I bet she was.
I tee them up there, and you knock them out of the
Oh,
park.
yeah, absolutely. Don't worry about that. There's a nice one in Durham, actually.
Connors to Coghlan. Oh, and a plane a miss. It's gone through to the keeper. Is it in the market square? Where is it?
Just off the Market Square.
Yeah.
Yeah. Couldn't tell you what it was called. I wouldn't be allowed to say it if I did.
No.
But yeah, that's good.
Up towards the cathedral, up that way, or?
No, go
Other way.
up the steps and just turn left. It's just across the road and
Right.
opposite the mini supermarket. Usually go back to the same places. You've got to be careful, haven't you?
Connors to Coghlan. That's defended. It runs up to Godalming at mid-off, no run. Well, especially when you've got your discount card.
Yes. That'd be useful.
Connors racecourse end. Oh, and that's slammed over the top of mid-on by Coghlan for 4. Initially, I thought he was going to put that straight into the hands of Reese there from the
Looked
angle
like it,
we were
didn't it?
looking at.
Yeah, looked like
but
it.
it's evaded his grasp. The hotel I'm staying in, you've got to park in the multi-story across the road, which belongs to the council. It's like Fort Knox in there, by the way. But they validate your card
Oh,
for
yeah.
the car park in the hotel, which entitles you to a discount, which I think's worth 80p.
Oh,
So that's worth having.
yeah, no. Soon adds up.
Yeah. Connors in. It's gone down the leg side. Keeper takes it. Durham 210 for 6. Rain has yet to get off the mark. Coghlan is on 12. Did you write when Durham got to 200? Because I didn't.
I'd be lying if I said I did,
Yeah.
but it was after 68.3 overs.
Was it?
Yeah. 278 minutes. That's what my computer says.
In comes the bowler. Fended away one-handed by Coghlan towards short leg. That nipped in sharply there.
He did. Bowled nicely on his return here, Sam Connors. 4 overs, 2 for 12 in this little spell. with a ball that is now 73 overs old, so a decent effort. And this ball hasn't been changed. This is one of the... Oh, hang on. Are the umpires looking at the ball? Not sure what they're doing. They're having a chat, a long-distance chat about something.
Half an hour and just a smidge to go.
Yeah, more than that, I reckon. Shouldn't be. There's Dahl's coming on to replace Ben Aitchison, who bowled 8 overs for 25. He's 23 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 49. His figures.
25 past 6, do you reckon?
Yeah, minimum. No, closer to half past. See how long this is taking. This will be the norm. Oh, good shout, Josh. That's next up. First delivery of a new. And as Dahl over is pushed out into the offside, there's no run. In comes Harry Kane to do the fielding. Lewis Rees has thrown the ball to Anuj Dahl, but he forgot that he was looking straight into the sun and he missed it completely. Dahl, who was probably Derbyshire's best fielder, he wouldn't have missed it, it'd have been a catch. 2 slips for Dahl. Bowling to Ben Rain, who's yet to get off the mark, and it leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to Guest.
This is horrendous.
Is it?
Yeah.
What is?
Andrew Tempest says, hello, Marty. There was a pizza / fish and chip takeout where I used to live, which did a huge calzone fish and chips.
Wow.
Do you think that Dave would like that? Well,
No.
of course he would.
No.
So that's basically fish and chips wrapped in a pizza.
Yeah.
That's a heart attack on a plate, isn't it?
Well, you're only adding a bit of bread, aren't you, really, to a fish and chips?
Fish wrapped in breadcrumbs already.
Well, they wouldn't be, though, would they? Because fish and chips, fish isn't wrapped in breadcrumbs. That one's turned down to long leg for a couple of runs. Sam Connors does the fielding, Rains off the mark.
Well, sometimes, sometimes it's batter, isn't it?
Well, it's batter in a chip shop, isn't it? You never get... Why would you eat fish in breadcrumbs from a chip shop? You wouldn't. 212 for 6.
Yeah, they're the ones we only get from the supermarket.
Yeah, nice and processed.
It's an interesting cloud over there.
This game has grown to a halt a bit. Dahl bowls and it's left alone outside the off stump. The one that's rising.
It looks like a meerkat.
Yes, it does.
It's a meerkat cloud, isn't it?
It is a meerkat. Brilliant. Anybody with any photographs of clouds that look like animals? That'd be terrific. Martin's going to try to take a photograph
I'll
of
never
it.
look right on this, will it?
No, I don't think so. You have to point out where it is, just to the left of the trees.
Yeah, that'll work.
Here comes Dahl again and bowls. That's left alone by Rain. Goes through to Guest.
Soju.
Are you tweeting that?
Mm-hmm.
It's what social media was invented for, wasn't it,
Definitely
really?
stuff like that, definitely.
This is Dahl in the bowls to Rain, who just pushes that ball out to Harry Kane, who comes in from mid-wicket to do the fielding. End of the over. And there's Dahl's 8th, 1 for 16, his figures. Durham at 212 for 6, trailing by 94. Trying to see if I'm in the 6. I imagine so, but we'll wait and see. To be able to tell these days.
That's such a clunky system, isn't it?
What?
That all the scripts and everything are in now.
No, I don't mind it.
You know, I find it's very difficult to navigate around with my eyes. Connors, new over from the racecourse end. Coghlan plays this out into the covers, no run. I had to get reading glasses once that was introduced.
Yeah? Nothing to do with age or anything? No?
Don't use them for anything else.
Well, not even for your laptop there?
No.
Just make these bigger then.
There's too much information on the screens. And
I don't think
there's a few others have ended up getting glasses as well. It's just driven back past the bowler. Owen's missed by Reese, gone for 4. Came running round to try and cut that one off from mid-on and sort of dived over the top of the ball. I was expecting him to cut that off quite easily there.
He could have stopped it, couldn't he? His knee, I think, diving for that. Well, it could be in the, they've just added another bit of sport in there. I think that might be me. It is. No, I'm in the 6 o'clock. It's exciting. Just for the sake of accuracy, that Northern Ireland beat Latvia with 3 on goals.
Was it 3 on goals?
Not Scotland.
I heard Northern Ireland 3 on goals. Did Scotland play earlier in the day? Was that what it was?
They're in action tonight,
that
I
was
believe.
it.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, they'll have read the same script, won't they?
Yeah, and Wales can qualify for the first time apparently.
Well, they can qualify for their playoffs.
Ah.
Yeah.
Connors to Coghlan. That's a Yorker down the leg side. Nick Cook is now turning around to find out where the buzzard is because it suddenly got very loud and animated.
Wolves have not got a work permit for Diego Costa.
Oh, what?
Well, Diego Costa was going to go to Wolves because their other striker had damaged his knee, I think, hadn't he? And they can't get a work permit for him.
Oh. Quick single here to, oh, he's out. Very risky single that from Paul Coghlan. He's fired the ball into Nick Potts at short mid-wicket, set off for a single that was never on, and he's got himself out. Got himself run out in the one-day cup at Somerset a few weeks ago in a similar fashion. He is quick between the stumps, but as he hit that, I thought that's gone too close to the fielder. Risky at this stage of the game when they're still trailing by 94, and now they are 7 down. 212 for 7. And the partnerships are drying up as well. The last wicket was 9, that one was 7, and he has gone 412.
Decent throw from Nick Potts, though. Had a stump and a half to aim at, probably. And threw the stumps down. Excellent work from the young man.
Who's next in then? Tom McIntosh? Durham need a partnership from somewhere here.
Do you do 6 o'clock?
No, because they start the sports show then, so at this indeterminate sort of floaty time.
I'll leave you to it then.
All right, thanks. Thanks for popping in.
The incoming batter for Durham, Tom McIntosh.
Tom McIntosh, the wicketkeeper batsman. From Scotland. First ball to Rain after the wicket. He's played back to the bowler. He dives on top of it. That wicket went, they were trailing by 94. This one's left alone by Rain and it's gone through to the keeper. Let's play back to the bowler as well. Into the over, 212 for 7. Anish Dal bowling to McIntosh from the City end. First ball of the over is a length ball around about off stump, just played away safely. You're back.
I'm back.
Ash Thorne has tweeted.
I've just seen it. Nothing wrong with a battered sausage,
No,
is there?
well. Dal in, over pitched, and it's out.
Terrible,
That's
terrible
a dreadful shot. From the, I was following the shadow of the ball there rather than the ball. Looked like he'd totally over pitched the ball, and it had been played away quite safely. But he's played it straight to backward point, and Potts, having ran out Coghlan, has now caught McIntosh, who's gone. Is that first ball?
First ball he's faced, yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, Durham, yeah. Durham have just got themselves into an absolute pickle here. They trail by 90 now.
It shows the value, I suppose, of keeping going from a Derbyshire perspective. But a very comfortable catch for Nick Potts in the end. You're right, it was a strange one, wasn't it? Because it looked like he'd made quite a good connection with it. And essentially it looped into the hands of Nick Potts at backward point.
I think there was a little bit of an optical illusion going on with the shadow of the ball, the low angle of the sun.
Yeah. Might be looking at that BBC system, of course, that's affecting your eyes. But 2 for 18, Dahl now in his 10th over. These bowling figures are looking a lot better than they were a few overs ago. 2 for 52, Connors, 2 for 49, Aitchison, 1 for 39, Potts, 2 for 18, Dahl. I'm not sure, I think Dom's grasp of cricket back at who's presenting at the moment. He's just said it's been a rain-soaked day. Well, not quite. We lost 16 overs, I think, in total, but I don't think that's too bad considering the forecast wasn't great. The 3 slips and a backward point for Dahl, who's bowling to the new batsman, Oliver Gibson, who pushes this out into the offside, where it's fielded by Harry Kame. And there is no run. So there is a very real prospect of Derbyshire batting again tonight. Now, you would have thought 6 overs, well, let's say real prospect. Still got to get 2 more wickets, but there is the prospect of, which didn't look massively possible when they're 196 for 4. They're now 216 for 8. Dahl bowls, and that one is pushed off the back foot out into the offside. Fielded by Harry Kame. Mr. Ploy has a look round, almost like he's looking at us, then practices a golf swing. Left-handed, of course. I bet he's a good golfer. Yes.
Lost 4 for 20 here.
Yeah, they have. Dahl is in and bowled. Oh, and it's hit the batsman. He ducked and it didn't get up. And Gibson has been hit, and the physiotherapist will have to come on and check him out Dear, oh dear, he made no real attempt to play that. Well, he didn't make any attempt to play the ball. It's obviously hit his helmet because otherwise they wouldn't have to come on.
I'm trying to think earlier in the year if he ended up having to retire hurt against Leicestershire for
Just
concussion reasons.
Just one of those balls. I mean, we've seen the odd one from the City end keep low, haven't we? And it was a short ball from Dahl. Just didn't get up anywhere near as high as he thought it was going to do, young Gibson, and he's been struck. So straight away he said he was okay, but the physio has to go through the protocols, and quite right too.
It's Travaskis who got hit twice in the side of the head.
Right.
In a game against Notts, it was.
In a light green match.
Yeah, retired hurt. Got hit in the side of the head by James Patterson. He got hit twice. So.
That's a magnificent book, Martin.
Huh?
There's my notes there, look.
Yeah.
Pop them in the bin because
It's incredible how you've managed to get it on half a stamp. So Ash Thorne's tweeted. Am I reading this or not?
Yeah, well, it can if you want.
When I lived in Liverpool, I went into a chip shop and asked for chips and battered sausage. And the man said, "We don't do battered sausage. That sounds like a heart attack." And he says, I pointed out everything he sold was a heart attack. There used to be a chippy round our way near Oka Park, the old footy ground. And they used to do a cowboy supper.
Go on.
And that was a heart attack in a box. So it was a battered sausage. I think it was a battered burger. Chips and gravy.
Lovely.
Possibly something else. What else would there be?
Peas?
Might have been a bit of fish or something, I can't remember.
Cowboy famous for eating fish. It's Darling, that's a short ball. Dahl falls over and Gibson ducks underneath it successfully.
Might have been like a cheese patty or something, I can't remember.
Oh dear.
It was definitely fried battered burger and fried sausage.
That was the end of the over, incidentally. 2:16 for 8.
Granda used to buy me one before a midweek match at Roker Park. I used to love the stuff. I'm still here to tell the tale. Just. Richard says, can the ECB deduct us points for brainless cricket?
No. Just, well, unless you count having an oversized bat that's brainless. I think that's as far as they can go.
Connors, right arm round to Rain. That's left alone. That was quite tight to the line of the off stump, but a good lead.
It's so rare I receive letters these days. I didn't know stamps had that funny barcode on them now. Hello.
What's that?
David Griffin's just popped in. I just got a letter earlier on today that was delivered to the ground. And Valentine's card. I don't think so, Griff, sadly. From a fellow Horwich person.
Connors to Rain. Rain slaps that off the back foot out through the covers. He should get 2 here. Ball goes out towards the right-hand side of the ground. He does get 2.
Be careful with those Potts throws.
Damien says, another wicket down. I expect more bad play before the end of the day. Also, I need to find out if that chippy that does fish and chip calzone is still around.
I think I'm with you. Don't know what to have tonight, really.
Connors in. Oh, playing a miss to a ball that was moving away from him there, from Rain. Are you down here tonight or back up there? Or?
Yeah, down here tonight, yeah. Helping out a colleague tomorrow night.
In what respect?
I can't say. It's a secret.
Well, you've got that nice pub on the canal down there where you're staying?
No.
No? Connors bowls. Oh, what's happened there? That's
kept low and it's come off the bat, I think.
Come off the toe of the bat? Buys.
No, buys.
You had a waft at it.
didn't they?
rain, and it's just daisy cut it through all the way past the keeper that slipped cord and away for 4 byes.
Harsh on the wicket keeper.
So
isn't it?
the person you're staying with, do they not cook? Although you just left
Well,
your
they
own
do,
devices.
but they do, but they go to bed early because they're up at 4
Ah,
to do the breakfast show.
right. I'm wondering what I have tonight. The lunches are quite good here, aren't they?
Yeah,
They're quite
they're not
filling.
bad. Yeah,
They're
not
sort
bad.
of filling, aren't they? So
Yeah.
Connors in, balls, edged and gone. That was the end of Ben Rain. He's given out. He looks disappointed by the decision because he didn't think he hit it. Nick Cook says he did, so he departs for 4. Durham are 222 for 9. Partnership there was worth just 6.
It looked fairly routine, that, didn't
Yeah.
it? I thought. I've got to say, 21 deliveries. Ben Rain flashed at it through to the keeper. Brooke Guest now has 4 catches.
Connors is in the wickets again.
3 for 54 now. Sam Connors. We now have 2 batsmen. The numbers 10 and number 11, neither of whom have got any runs. And the very real prospect of Derbyshire having to bat tonight, which isn't necessarily a good thing. But they'd take it. They certainly would have taken it at 196 for 4.
Basically, Durham
5 for 26.
Durham have lost their way really since Bushnell was out. 25 for 26, yeah.
And 5 overs and 1 ball remaining.
I've got to go next door.
It's a bit sudden. Is that a text? We know what that means. So Sam Connors with 3 for 54 and the prospect of adding another. This spell, 5 overs and 5 balls, 1 maiden, 3 for 18. And how he's done that with a ball that is now 76 overs and 5 balls old, I have no idea. Hopefully I will be able to ask him. Derbyshire then with a lead of 84 at the moment. 2-2-2 for 9, and Chris Rushworth is the new batsman. 3 slips in place. Connors goes in and bowls to him, but that one is guided out into the offside. They negotiate a potential run and in the end decide against it. And that is the end of the over. A good over from Connors. Those 4 byes were a little bit unfortunate. And he's now bowled 15 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 54. Dahl's going. Oh, now then the umpires are getting together. I wonder if they think that the light's not good enough, and they're going off, and that is slightly disappointing. So they've gone off for bad light, and I think that'll be it as we lose more overs. With Durham on 222 for 9. Rushworth has yet to get off the mark, and Gibson has yet to get off the mark. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, it's about to be announced. That could well be it. I think it is, yeah. The stumps have been taken out of the ground, and that will be close of play with Derbyshire 84 runs in front, 222 for 9, and we've lost another 5 overs. So in total today, I think we've lost 21 overs. We'll be back at 10:30 tomorrow, clearly. So that is that. Martin's gone next door to do his update. Thanks to him for today. He'll be back tomorrow, of course. I'll be back with him. You can't get away from us. Durham will resume on 222 for 9. Still 84 runs behind with just the 1 wicket remaining. So Derbyshire in a fairly healthy position here going into the third day. Good efforts today from Ben Aitchison, 2 for 49 from his 23. 2 for 18 from Anoj Dahl from 10 overs. Nick Potts got 1 for 39, but also a direct hit with the run out to get rid of Paul Coughlin. And Sam Connors 3 for 54. The current spell 3 for 18. For Durham, well, Sean Dixon made 28. Johnny Bushnell made 35, Liam Travasky's 25, but Michael Jones, the clear star of the show, he made 87. And, well, they've lost their last 5 wickets for the addition of just 26 runs. 222 for 9, Durham close on as Bad Light stops play. Thanks for your company today, and we'll be back tomorrow at 10:30 start.